You have entered the archive of void-born terrors. Here we keep the stories the Imperium would see erased, the whispers of chaos, the confessions of the damned, the truths spoken only in shadow. Tonight, you will hear what it is like to be a cultist in the dark of Warhammer 40,000. Not the warrior, not the hero, but the forgotten, the broken, the ones who traded their souls for promises they could never understand. If you wish to walk further into the dark, subscribe to Voidborn Terrors. More forbidden stories wait beyond this one, and to those who have remained with us through every tale, we thank you. Your faith keeps the archive alive. Now, let us begin. The chanting never stopped. Even now, as I speak these words into this flickering vox recorder, salvaged from the ruins of what was once Hive Tertius, I can hear it. The song that carved trenches in my mind, that hollowed out everything I once was, and filled the void with something else, something hungry. You want to know what it's like to be a cultist in this galaxy of endless night. You want to understand how a man can look upon the face of damnation and call it salvation. Then listen. Listen to how we sang ourselves into hell. My name was Marcus Vex. I was a manufacturing worker, level 47, subsection Gamma 9. I had calloused hands, aching joints, and dreams smaller than the roaches that scurried through my hab block walls. I lived paycheck to paycheck, breath to breath, prayer to prayer, always begging the God Emperor for just one more day, just one more meal, just one more reason not to step off the gantry into the abyss below. I had a name then, a life, a soul, but the whispers took all of that away. This is what happened after Tzeentch's equations rewrote the mathematics of madness across the sector. This is what came after the scholar's folly, when the veil grew thin and the great changer's laughter echoed through every computational cogitator, every augmetic implant, every synapse of every thinking mind. The equations opened doors. We just walked through them. The chanting never stopped. And by the Emperor's bleeding throne, it never will. 3 months after the scholar's incident, the first time I heard it, I thought it was the pipes. The Hablock's water recyclers had been failing for weeks, coughing, gurgling, spitting out brown sludge that tasted of metal and despair. We'd complained to the administratum, of course, filed our forms in triplicate, waited in lines that stretched around entire city blocks, begged the grey-faced clerks who looked at us like we were insects asking for attention. Nothing. Less than nothing. They told us to be grateful for what we had, to remember our place in the Emperor's grand design. They told us that suffering built character, that hardship forged souls worthy of his golden light. Easy words from men who drank clean water. So when I heard the whispers in the pipes that night, wet and bubbling and almost conversational, I assumed it was just another mechanical failure. Another small apocalypse in the endless series of small apocalypses that made up life in the lower hive. I was wrong. The sound came from the wall behind my sleeping pallet, a soft susurration, like voices discussing secrets in a language I didn't recognize, but somehow understood. At first I tried to ignore it. I pulled my thin blanket over my head, pressed my face into the moldy foam that served as my pillow, and tried to think about tomorrow's work shift. 12 hours at the presser stampers. 12 hours of feeding raw promethium canisters into machines that turned them into ammunition casings for the Imperial Guard. 12 hours of watching my hands turn black with grease and my lungs fill with particulate matter that would probably kill me before I reached 40. But the whispers wouldn't let me sleep. They spoke of things I'd never imagined, but somehow recognized. Of possibilities beyond the grinding routine of wake, work, eat, sleep, die. Of power that could flow through willing vessels. Of changes that could transform the very nature of existence. You don't have to live like this, they said without words, speaking directly into the meat of my brain. You don't have to be nobody forever. I sat up on my pallet, pressing my ear to the cold metal wall. The voices grew clearer, more distinct. 9 voices, speaking in harmony, weaving words together like thread into a tapestry. Marcus, they said, and I nearly fell off my bed. Marcus Vex, manufacturing worker, level 47, subsection Gamma 9. 47 years old. No family, no friends, no future. Who are you? I whispered to the wall. How do you know my name? We know many things. We know the weight of your despair. We know the shape of your hunger. We know that every morning you stand at the edge of your gantry and wonder if today might be the day you finally let go. They weren't wrong. The thought had occurred to me more than once. When the pain in my joints became unbearable, when the supervisor's lash fell across my shoulders for the 3rd time in a week, when I calculated that my entire life's savings wouldn't buy me a single meal in the upper hive. Yes, I'd thought about it. But what if there was another way? The voices multiplied now, dozens of them, hundreds, men and women, old and young, all speaking the same words in perfect unison. The wall grew warm under my palm. What if you could be more than human? What if you could transcend the limits of flesh, the boundaries of possibility? What if you could change not just yourself, but the very nature of reality? I should have run. I should have packed my few possessions and found another hab block, another district, another planet if necessary. Any sane person would have recognized the taint in those words, the corruption that dripped from every syllable like poison from a wound. But I wasn't sane anymore. 3 months of hearing the scholar's equations whisper through every Vox speaker, every data screen, every augmetic implant in the hive had worn away at my sanity like acid on metal. The patterns were everywhere now, in the arrangement of pipes along the walls, in the flicker of faulty lighting, in the seemingly random malfunctions that plagued every system in the lower hive. Tzeentch's touch was upon us all. We just didn't know his name yet. Come to us, the voices said. Level 12, Abandoned Manufactorum 77B. Tomorrow night, after the final shift klaxon, come alone, come hungry, come ready to change. The whispers faded, leaving only the familiar sounds of the hab block, distant arguments, crying children, and the endless hum of failing machinery. But something had changed in me, some fundamental alteration in the base code of my being, as if the voices had reached through my skull and rewired my brain with their bare hands. For the first time in months, I felt hope. I should have felt terror instead. The next day crawled by with agonizing slowness. Every minute at the presser stampers stretched into an hour. Every klaxon, every whistle, every command from the supervisors felt like it was being filtered through layers of gauze and distortion. My hands moved automatically, feeding canisters into the machines. But my mind was elsewhere. Level 12. I'd never been that deep into the underhive. Most hab workers avoided the abandoned sections. Too many stories of people who went exploring and never came back. Too many reports of strange sounds, weird lights, and things that moved in the shadows just beyond the reach of illumination. But the voices were so clear, so certain, so welcoming. When the final klaxon sounded, I didn't return to my hab unit. Instead, I made my way to the maintenance lifts, descending deeper into the hive's bowels than I'd ever gone before. The air grew thicker, more oppressive. The familiar sounds of human habitation faded, replaced by the groaning of stressed metal and the distant drip of condensation. Level 12 was a tomb. Empty corridors stretched in every direction, lined with the skeletal remains of manufacturing equipment that had been stripped for parts decades ago. Emergency lighting cast everything in a sickly amber glow, creating shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. Manufactorum 77B was at the end of a long corridor marked with faded warning signs. Authorized personnel only, hazardous materials, danger, volatile compounds. The massive doors stood slightly ajar, revealing only darkness beyond. I hesitated at the threshold. Every rational instinct screamed at me to turn around, to run, to report this to the Arbites, and let them deal with whatever was waiting in that darkness. But rationality was a luxury I could no longer afford. Hope was a poison I'd already swallowed. I stepped inside. The manufactorum was vast, its ceiling lost in shadows above. Ancient machinery squatted like sleeping beasts throughout the space, their surfaces covered in rust and something that looked like organic growth. The air tasted like metal and decay, with an underlying sweetness that made my stomach turn. Marcus. I spun around. A figure emerged from behind one of the machines. Tall, thin, wearing the tattered remains of what might once have been imperial work clothes. His face was gaunt, marked with scars that formed patterns I almost recognized. His eyes reflected the amber light like an animal's. "You came," he said, and his voice was one of the whispers from the wall. "We weren't certain you would." "Who are you?" He smiled, and I saw that his teeth had been filed into points. "I was Jareth Kane, Supervisor Level 23, Subsection Alpha Prime. But names are chains, Marcus. Chains that bind us to our limited selves. I am something more now." More figures emerged from the darkness, men and women in various stages of alteration. Some bore ritual scarification, others showed signs of deliberate mutation. All of them watched me with the same hungry intensity. "Welcome," Jareth said, "to the first day of your real life." He gestured, and the others formed a circle around me. In the center of their formation, carved into the metal floor, was a symbol I'd never seen before, but somehow knew. 9 intersecting lines, forming a star that hurt to look at directly. "The song is calling, Marcus," Jareth whispered. "Can you hear it?" I could. It was soft at first, barely audible above the sound of my racing heart. But as the cultist began to hum in harmony, the melody grew stronger, more complex. It was the sound the universe made when no one was listening. The secret music that played behind the facade of reality. And despite every warning bell in my head, despite every prayer to the Emperor I'd ever muttered, despite every rational thought I'd ever had, I began to hum along. The circle closed around me, and I felt the first threads of belonging I'd experienced in decades. These people, these changed people, they understood. They'd heard the same whispers, felt the same hunger, faced the same choice between despair and transformation. "Tomorrow," Jareth said as the humming died away, "we begin your education. Tonight you go home and dream new dreams. Dreams of possibility, dreams of change." I stumbled back to my HAB unit in a daze, my head spinning with fragments of the song. As I lay down on my pallet, the whispers returned to the walls. But now they were welcoming, familiar, almost familial. For the first time in years, I slept without nightmares. I should have known that the real nightmare was just beginning. 2 weeks later, the abandoned manufactorum became my second home. Every night after shift, I would descend to level 12, pass through those scarred doors, and join the circle of the changed. We were 17 now. Word was spreading through the Underhive's desperate population, carried by whispers and dreams and the strange synchronicities that had become commonplace since the scholar's incident. Jareth taught us that everything was connected. Every malfunction, every system failure, every pattern of rust or arrangement of debris was part of a larger design. a grand equation that governed the flow of possibility itself. The scholar had cracked the code, he explained, and now reality was becoming negotiable. The Emperor teaches that order is sacred, he would say during our gatherings, pacing around the carved symbol while we knelt in worship. That change is corruption, that transformation is sin. But what is order except stagnation? What is the Emperor's light except a cage that keeps us trapped in these failing bodies, these diminished lives? The others would nod and murmur agreement. There was Vera, a former medical servitor whose augmetics had started whispering to her after the equations spread. Twin brothers named Cain and Abel, who'd worked the corpse starch processing plants until the machines began showing them visions of better worlds. An old woman called Grandmother Sorrow, whose grandchildren had vanished into the upper Hive's conscription sweeps, leaving her with nothing but rage and the voices that promised revenge. We were the forgotten, the discarded, the ones who fell through the cracks of the Emperor's grand design. And in that darkness, we found each other. We found purpose. The symbol on the floor grew more complex each night. Jareth would carve new lines with a ritual blade he'd fashioned from scrap metal and bone, adding layers to the pattern while we chanted. The words weren't High Gothic or Low Gothic or any human language at all. They came from somewhere deeper, somewhere older, somewhere that existed before language had been invented. Ashavar Teth Nul Gareth, Kethavar Nul Thane. The meaning changed depending on who was speaking and what they needed to hear. For me, it meant change brings freedom. For Vera, flesh is weakness. For the twins, two minds become one. The words were alive, adapting themselves to each speaker's deepest desires. And the more we chanted, the more the world around us began to change. It started small. Scrap metal would arrange itself into perfect geometric patterns overnight. Rust stains would form symbols that burned themselves into our memories. The emergency lighting would flicker in sequences that spelled out messages in binary code, messages that promised power, transformation, ascension. The veil is thin here, Jareth explained one night, as we watched steam from the heating pipes form spirals that defied physics. The scholar's equations opened wounds in reality, and we are the salt that keeps them from healing. Every word we speak, every symbol we carve, every drop of blood we offer, it all feeds the growing hole between what is and what could be. We started bringing offerings. Small things at first, personal possessions we no longer needed, ration bars, drops of blood pricked from our thumbs. But as the weeks passed and the hunger grew stronger, our gifts became more substantial. Vera brought her medical training, showing us how to make precise cuts that would heal without scarring, how to carve symbols into living flesh without causing infection. The twins contributed their knowledge of the corpse starch facilities, mapping out patrol routes and security weaknesses that could be exploited later. Grandmother Sorrow shared her network of contacts with the lower Hive to desperate people who might be receptive to our message. And I brought my dreams. Ever since that first night, my sleep had been filled with visions unlike anything I'd experienced before. I saw vast libraries where every book rewrote itself as you read it. I witnessed planets where mathematics had replaced physics, where equations could restructure matter with a thought. I walked through cities built from crystallized time, where past and future existed simultaneously in impossible architectures of cause and effect. Most disturbing of all, I saw him, the changer of ways, the architect of fate, the great conspirator whose whispers had started this whole journey. He appeared in my dreams as a towering figure of shifting light and shadow, wearing 1,000 faces that changed faster than thought. Sometimes he looked like the Emperor, sometimes like my long-dead father, sometimes like myself but perfected, enhanced, transformed into something greater. You understand, he would say in these dreams. You see the truth that others refuse to acknowledge. Reality is not fixed. Identity is not permanent. With the right knowledge, the right sacrifices, the right degree of faith, anything is possible. I started sharing these visions with the group, describing them in whispered tones while we knelt before the ever-growing symbol. The others hung on every word, their eyes reflecting the same hungry light I'd seen in Jareth's face that first night. "The Lord of Change speaks through you," he declared after I'd finished recounting a particularly vivid dream about towers made of pure mathematics. "You are becoming a conduit for his will, a vessel for his power." The others looked at me with a mixture of awe and envy. Some had started having their own visions, but none as clear or detailed as mine. I was becoming special within our small community, elevated above the common rank of cultist to something approaching oracle or prophet. It felt good. For the first time in my life, I mattered. But specialness came with a price. As my connection to the dream realm grew stronger, my grip on waking reality began to weaken. I would find myself at work, hands moving automatically through the motions of operating the presser stampers, while my mind wandered through impossible geometries and paradoxical equations. My supervisor, a brutal man named Corvin, began to notice. He would appear beside my station without warning, studying my work with the cold calculation of a predator evaluating prey. "You're different lately, Vex," he said one afternoon, running his fingers along a line of ammunition casings I'd produced. "Distant, like your mind's somewhere else." "Just tired, sir," I mumbled, not meeting his eyes. "The night shifts are wearing on me." He picked up one of the casings, examining it closely. For a moment I panicked. Had my dream somehow influenced my work? Had I unconsciously carved forbidden symbols into the metal? But the casing looked normal. Standard Imperial manufacture, precise and functional. Corvin set it down with a grunt of satisfaction. "Well, whatever's going on with you, keep it off my production floor. The Departamento Munitorum doesn't pay for daydreams." He moved on to harass another worker, but I could feel his attention lingering. I would have to be more careful, more focused during my shifts. The last thing our growing congregation needed was unwanted attention from the authorities. That night, I shared Corvin's suspicions with the group. Jareth listened with the patient intensity of a confessor, nodding at appropriate moments. "The slaves of order grow restless," he said once I'd finished. "They sense the change coming, even if they can't understand it. We must be cautious, but we must also be bold. The Lord of Change rewards those who take risks in his name." He gestured to the symbol on the floor, which had grown to cover nearly the entire center of the manufactorum. The pattern was mesmerizing now, drawing the eye inward toward a central point that seemed to exist slightly outside normal space. "Tomorrow night we take the next step. We've been preparing for weeks, gathering knowledge and power and faithful souls. Now it's time to make our first real offering. Time to show our dedication to the great work." A shiver ran through the group. We all knew what he meant. We'd been building toward this moment since our first gathering, the point where whispered words and carved symbols would no longer be enough to feed the growing hunger. "Who?" asked Grandmother Sorrow, her voice barely above a whisper. Jareth smiled, and in that expression, I saw something that might once have been human compassion, twisted into something else entirely. "Someone who won't be missed," he said. "Someone whose disappearance will be attributed to the usual hazards of Hive life. Someone who stands between us and the transformation we seek." He looked directly at me, and I felt the weight of expectations settling on my shoulders like a lead cloak. The group was watching me, waiting for me to speak, to volunteer, to prove my worth as their prophet and oracle. I thought of Corvin's suspicious eyes, his growing attention to my behavior. I thought of the 12 hours I spent each day in that metal hell, feeding ammunition to wars I would never see, supporting an empire that saw me as less than human. I thought of the dreams, the visions, the promise of something greater waiting just beyond the veil of reality. I know someone, I heard myself say. Someone who's been asking questions. Someone who might cause problems for us if left alone. The words felt foreign in my mouth, as if someone else was speaking through me. But once I'd started, I couldn't stop. The details poured out. Corvin's suspicions, his position of authority, the risk he represented to our growing community. When I finished, the silence in the manufacture room was absolute. Even the distant sounds of the hive seemed to fade away, leaving only the whisper of our breathing and the soft susurration of the symbol as reality bent around its impossible geometries. Good, Jareth said finally. Tomorrow night we feed the hunger. Tomorrow night we cross the line from seekers to servants. Tomorrow night we offer the Lord of Change his first taste of what this world has to offer. As we dispersed back to our separate lives, I felt a mixture of excitement and dread churning in my stomach. I was committed now, fully and irrevocably bound to the path we'd chosen. There would be no going back after tomorrow night. The whispers in my walls seemed to agree. All through the long hours until dawn, they murmured approval and anticipation, weaving together words of power and change and inevitable transformation. Soon, they promised. Soon you will see what lies beyond the boundaries of flesh and sanity and mortal understanding. Soon you will know the true face of divinity. I should have been afraid. Instead, I found myself counting the hours until sunset, eager to take the next step into the darkness that promised to be so much brighter than the light I was leaving behind. The next night. The plan was simple, which made it all the more horrifying in retrospect. Corvin always stayed late on inventory nights, checking and rechecking the production numbers in his small office adjacent to the main manufacture room floor. The security systems in our sector had been malfunctioning since the Scholars incident. Cameras showing static, motion sensors triggering false alarms, Vox networks carrying whispered conversations that no one remembered having. Perfect conditions for what we were about to do. I volunteered to work the late shift, staying behind to help with the quarterly ammunition count. Corvin seemed pleased by my sudden enthusiasm, interpreting it as a sign that his warnings about focus and dedication had taken hold. "Good to see you taking initiative, Vex," he said, as the other workers filed out through the primary exit. "Maybe there's supervisory material in you after all." If only he knew what kind of supervision I had in mind. The others entered through the maintenance tunnels, pathways Vera had mapped during her years as a medical servitor, routes that bypassed most of the Hive's surveillance network. They moved like shadows through the machinery, taking positions around Corvin's office, while I kept him distracted with questions about production quotas and quality control metrics. "Sir," I said, leaning over the desk where he was reviewing data slates, "I've been thinking about what you said. About focus, about dedication. I want to learn more about the larger picture, about how our work fits into the Emperor's grand design." Corvin looked up from his calculations, a surprised smile creasing his weathered face. It was probably the first time anyone had shown genuine interest in his work in years. Most of us just wanted to complete our shifts and escape back to our HAB units. "Well," he said, setting down his stylus, "it's rare to find a worker who wants to understand the bigger picture. Most of you are content to just follow orders and collect your rations. He launched into a detailed explanation of the ammunition supply chain, tracing the path from raw materials in the mining sectors to finished products in the guard arsenals. He spoke with genuine passion about tonnage requirements and quality specifications, about the sacred duty of ensuring that every round fired in the Emperor's name would find its target. I nodded and asked questions, playing the part of an eager student while my peripheral vision tracked the shadows moving closer. Jareth appeared first, slipping through the office door with the fluid grace of a predator. Then Vera, then the twins, then Grandmother Sorrow, with her ritual blade gleaming in the fluorescent light. Corvin noticed them just as Jareth's hand closed over his mouth. His eyes went wide with shock and confusion. He tried to speak, to scream, but only muffled sounds emerged from behind Jareth's palm. His hands scrabbled across the desk, reaching for the emergency vox bead that would summon security. "Shh," Jareth whispered, pressing the point of his knife against Corvin's throat. "No need for noise. No need for fear. You're about to become part of something wonderful." I watched it all happen, as if from a great distance, as if I were observing events through someone else's eyes. This wasn't me, couldn't be me, standing in this office while my supervisor, a man who had never done anything worse than enforce productivity standards, was held at knife point by chaos cultists. But it was me, the person I was becoming anyway. We dragged him down to level 12, through corridors that seemed to warp and stretch in the amber light. Corvin had stopped struggling after the first few minutes, his survival instincts probably recognizing the futility of resistance. He walked between us in silence, his eyes darting back and forth as he tried to process what was happening. The manufactorum had changed since our last gathering. The symbol on the floor now pulsed with a faint bioluminescence, and the air itself seemed thicker, more substantial. Reality was becoming negotiable here, responsive to will and want and whispered desire. "Strip him," Jareth commanded, and we complied. Corvin's work clothes fell away to reveal a body marked by decades of hard labor, scars from industrial accidents, calluses from handling rough metal, the pale skin of someone who rarely saw natural sunlight. He looked so human, so vulnerable, so much like any of us. "Please," he whispered as we forced him to kneel in the center of the symbol. "I don't understand. What do you want? Money? I can get you credits, extra rations, and better work assignments. Just tell me what you want." "We want change," Jareth replied, circling him with the ritual blade. "We want transformation. We want to feed the hunger that grows stronger each night." The others began to chant, their voices rising in the familiar harmonies that had become as natural as breathing. But tonight, the words were different, more complex, woven together in patterns that hurt to follow. Kethmor Nulgareth, Ashavarthek Kethmor, Nulthane Kethavar, Morgul Neth Kethane. The meaning shifted and flowed like liquid mercury. Blood for change, flesh for wisdom, life for transformation, death for rebirth. Corvin's eyes found mine across the circle. "Marcus," he said, his voice breaking. "Marcus, please. I know you. You're not like this. You're not a killer. Wasn't I?" The dream suggested otherwise. In my visions, I had seen myself wielding power that could reshape reality with a thought, commanding legions of changed beings who had transcended their limited human forms. I had seen myself standing beside the architect of fate himself, helping to weave new patterns in the fabric of existence. But that required sacrifices. The dreams had been clear about that. Nothing worthwhile was ever achieved without cost. "I'm sorry," I told him, and meant it. "But you wouldn't understand. You can't see what we see, hear what we hear. You're still trapped in the old ways of thinking." Jareth raised the knife, and the chanting grew louder. The symbol beneath Corvin's knees flared with impossible colors, blues that were too blue, reds that existed beyond the visible spectrum, patterns that seemed to extend into dimensions the human eye wasn't designed to perceive. "Lord of Change," Jareth called out, his voice echoing strangely in the manufactorum's vast space. "We offer you this vessel. Transform his ending into our beginning. Let his blood water the seeds of our ascension." The blade came down. I expected screaming. I expected blood and thrashing and all the messy, ugly realities of violence. Instead, there was a moment of perfect silence as the knife parted skin and found the vessels beneath. Then the light began. Corvin's blood didn't just flow, it sang. Each drop that touched the symbol burst into miniature novas of color and sound, painting equations in the air that rewrote themselves faster than the eye could follow. The metal floor began to vibrate, resonating with frequencies that existed more in concept than in physics. And through it all, Corvin himself seemed peaceful. His face relaxed into an expression of wonder rather than pain. His eyes reflected depths that hadn't been there before, as if something vast and alien was looking out through them. "I see," he whispered, his voice layered with harmonics that human vocal cords shouldn't have been able to produce. "I see what you meant. The patterns, they're everywhere. How did I never notice them before?" His body began to change. Subtle at first, skin taking on a faint luminescence, fingers elongating slightly, facial features shifting into more symmetrical arrangements. But as more blood fed the hungry symbol, the transformations accelerated. "Welcome," Jareth said, extending his hand to help Corvin stand, "to the true Brotherhood." I realized then that we hadn't killed him at all. Death was too simple, too final for the powers we served. Instead, we had recruited him, transformed him, made him one of us through the simple expedient of showing him what lay beyond the veil of mortal perception. The change in Corvin, no, the being that had been Corvin was complete now. He stood among us as an equal, his altered features reflecting the same hungry intelligence I'd seen in all the others. When he spoke, it was with the voice of someone who had seen the face of divinity and found it beautiful. "There are others," he said, his enhanced perception already cataloging possibilities. "Workers who ask questions, supervisors who pay too much attention, security officers who investigate anomalies. All of them are potential converts, if approached correctly." Jareth smiled and embraced his newest brother. "Exactly. Tonight was just the beginning. Tomorrow we start expanding our reach. The Lord of Change has blessed us with success, and success demands further ambition." As we prepared to leave the manufactorum, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in a piece of polished metal. The face looking back at me was still recognizably mine, but something fundamental had shifted. My eyes held depths they hadn't possessed that morning. My features showed the first subtle signs of the changes that were spreading through all of us. I was no longer Marcus Vex, manufactorum worker. I was something new, something better. A servant of transformation itself, blessed with the ability to see beyond the limited horizons of baseline humanity. The whispers in the walls welcomed me home that night, with voices like singing crystal, weaving together words of praise and promise, and inevitable ascension. "Soon," they said, "you will help us change everything. Soon this entire hive will sing our song. Soon the boundary between dream and reality will dissolve entirely, and you will walk through worlds remade in your image." I fell asleep smiling, my dreams filled with visions of a future where nothing was fixed, nothing was permanent, and everything was possible for those bold enough to seize it. The transformation had begun, and there would be no going back. 2 weeks after the first transformation. Our numbers swelled like an infection, spreading through wounded flesh. What had started as 17 desperate souls gathering in an abandoned manufactorum became something larger, more organized, more dangerous. Word spread through the Underhive's networks of despair, whispered conversations in corpse starch queues, coded messages scrawled on hab block walls, meaningful glances exchanged between workers who had seen too much to remain silent. They came to us broken and hungry, these new brothers and sisters, former guardsmen whose units had been disbanded after unexplained casualties, tech adepts whose augmetics had started receiving transmissions from unknown sources, Hive nobles who had lost everything in bad investments and worse decisions, even a few Arbites enforcement officers whose faith in imperial justice had cracked under the weight of corruption and futility. Each one brought their own flavor of desperation, their own specialized knowledge, their own particular hungers. We welcomed them all. I remember Brother Thane, a former sergeant in the 47th Vostroyan Firstborn, who had survived 3 campaigns against Orc incursions, only to be drummed out of the guard for conduct detrimental to morale. His crime? Questioning why his men died for strategically worthless objectives, while the officers who ordered those assaults received commendations and promotions. 23 years I served, he told us during his first gathering, his voice raw with accumulated bitterness. 23 years of following orders, trusting the chain of command, believing that the Emperor's will was manifest through my superiors. And what did it get me? A dishonorable discharge and a one-way transport ticket to this hellhole. His scarred hands shook as he spoke, whether from anger or the withdrawal symptoms common to ex-guard veterans. I couldn't tell. But his eyes burned with the same hunger I recognized in all of us. Then there was Sister Kef, a former tech adept who had been excommunicated from the Mechanicus for pursuing theoretical frameworks incompatible with orthodox doctrine. She'd been studying the scholars' equations before they were officially classified as heretical, trying to understand the mathematical principles behind what she called reality optimization protocols. The Omnissiah's truth is change, she explained during one of our midnight sermons, her remaining augmetic implants flickering with patterns that shouldn't have been possible with standard imperial technology. But the Mechanicus has forgotten this. They worship stagnation, preservation, the endless repetition of approved patterns. They've turned the quest for knowledge into a bureaucracy of ignorance. Her modifications were beautiful in their impossibility. Where standard augmetics were crude, functional things, replacement limbs and sensory organs designed for specific tasks, Kef's enhancements seemed to exist partially outside normal space-time. Her mechanical eye would sometimes show reflections of places that weren't there. Her servo-skull familiar would occasionally speak in languages that predate human civilization, and her replacement arm could reach through solid matter when she wasn't paying attention to its limitations. But it was Brother Malthius who truly exemplified the brotherhood we were becoming. A former arbitrator who had spent 15 years enforcing imperial law in the mid-Hive districts had witnessed corruption so pervasive and systemic that it had finally broken his faith in the concept of justice itself. The law is supposed to be absolute, he said during his initiation, kneeling in the center of our ever-expanding ritual circle, impartial, sacred. But I watched judges take bribes to dismiss murder charges. I saw Adeptus officials selling food shipments meant for the starving while children died in the streets below. I arrested the same criminals dozens of times, only to watch them walk free because they had connections, credits, or information someone wanted. His arbitrator's uniform had been modified with our symbols, the imperial aquila replaced with the 9-pointed star of our true allegiance. His shock maul now pulsed with energies that had nothing to do with conventional electrical current. When the equations started broadcasting through the Hive's communication systems, he continued, when every data screen and Vox speaker began whispering about change and transformation, I finally understood. The system isn't broken, it's working exactly as designed. It's supposed to crush hope, perpetuate suffering, and maintain the status quo at any cost. The only way to achieve real justice is to remake the world entirely. These were the people who joined us in those early weeks, not mindless fanatics or power-hungry megalomaniacs, but intelligent, experienced individuals who had seen enough of imperial reality to recognize it as a lie. They brought skills we needed, military tactics, technical expertise, legal knowledge, and contacts throughout the Hive's power structure. But more importantly, they brought legitimacy. When a former guardsman, a tech adept, and an arbitrator all testified to the corruption and futility of the imperial system, it was harder to dismiss our message as the ravings of desperate underhivers. The ritual circle had to be expanded again to accommodate our growing numbers. What had once been carved into a single manufactorum floor now spread across multiple chambers, connected by tunnels we'd cleared of debris and marked with appropriate symbols. The pattern was becoming three-dimensional, extending into spaces that geometry suggested shouldn't exist. Brother Corvin, who had taken to calling himself the First Changed, supervised much of the expansion work. His transformation had progressed remarkably since that initial night of blood and revelation. His skin had developed a subtle, iridescent quality that shifted colors depending on the angle of observation. His eyes had become deeper, more knowing, reflecting depths that seemed to extend far beyond the physical confines of his skull. Most remarkably, he had developed what could only be described as intuitive engineering abilities. He could look at a piece of machinery and instantly understand not just how it worked, but how it could be improved, modified, or repurposed for our needs. Under his guidance, we began converting sections of the abandoned manufactorum into something approaching a functional base of operations. The Lord of Change rewards innovation, he explained as he directed the installation of hydroponics bays that somehow produced more food than the resources they consumed. Every problem is an opportunity for a creative solution. Every limitation is a boundary waiting to be transcended. But it was the psychological changes in our brotherhood that proved most significant. The rigid hierarchies and bitter competitions that characterized normal Hive life simply didn't exist among us. When you've looked beyond the veil of material reality and seen the vast patterns that govern existence itself, petty concerns about status and resources become laughably irrelevant. We shared everything: food, knowledge, sleeping spaces, even thoughts and dreams through meditation techniques Jareth had developed. The boundaries between individual identity began to blur in ways that should have been terrifying, but felt instead like a homecoming to something we'd always been meant to be. This is what humanity was supposed to become, Brother Thane observed during one of our group meditations, his scarred features peaceful in the flickering light of our ritual candles. Before the Emperor's tyranny, before the Imperium's lies, before we were taught to fear change and worship stagnation, we're returning to our true nature. The dreams came stronger now, shared among dozens of minds instead of experienced in isolation. I would fall asleep in my HAB unit and find myself walking through landscapes constructed from pure mathematics alongside brothers and sisters I'd never met in waking life. We explored impossible cities built from crystallized time, attended universities where the professors were living equations, fought battles against the forces of entropy itself using weapons forged from concentrated possibility. In these shared visions, I began to understand our true purpose. We weren't just another chaos cult seeking power for its own sake. We were agents of cosmic evolution, catalysts for the transformation of reality itself. The scholars' equations had opened a door, and we were the ones destined to walk through it and remake the universe according to principles of change, growth, and infinite potential. The authorities began to notice our activities around this time, though they didn't yet understand the scope of what they were dealing with. Missing persons reports accumulated on Arbites' desks, workers who had vanished from their shifts, supervisors who had failed to report for duty, minor officials who had simply stopped coming to their offices. But the investigations went nowhere. The few arbitrators assigned to look into the disappearances found their evidence mysteriously corrupted, their witnesses suffering sudden memory lapses, their own augmetic equipment malfunctioning in ways that suggested sabotage but left no traceable signs. Sister Kef's technical expertise proved invaluable during these early encounters with authority. Her modified augmetics could interface with Imperial systems in ways their designers had never intended, introducing subtle errors and contradictions that made coherent investigation impossible. "Information wants to be free," she would say, while her servo skull uploaded viral code into Arbites' databanks. "Truth wants to propagate. We're simply helping it overcome the artificial constraints imposed by those who profit from ignorance." Meanwhile, I found my role in the Brotherhood continuing to evolve. The others looked to me increasingly for guidance and interpretation, recognizing that my connection to the dream realm gave me insights they lacked. I began conducting private consultations, helping new recruits understand their visions and develop their own connections to the transformative power we served. "The key," I explained to a former Hive noble who had been experiencing prophetic nightmares since losing his fortune, "is not to resist the changes you feel happening inside you. The human form is a starting point, not a destination. Every mutation, every enhancement, every deviation from baseline normal is a gift from the architect of fate." His features were already showing the subtle shifts common to all of us. Slightly elongated fingers, eyes that reflected light differently, an aura of barely contained energy that made electronic devices malfunction in his presence. But he was fighting these changes, trying to maintain his previous identity and appearance through force of will. "I was someone important," he protested, staring at his transformed hands with a mixture of fascination and revulsion. "Lord Vectis of House Malian, heir to shipping fortunes and industrial contracts worth millions of thrones. What am I becoming?" "Someone infinitely more important," I assured him. "A lord of change itself, heir to possibilities beyond counting. The wealth you lost was nothing compared to what you're gaining. The power to reshape reality according to your will, to transcend the limitations that bound your previous existence." These conversations became a significant part of my duties as the Brotherhood continued to grow. Each new member needed guidance, reassurance, and most importantly, hope. Hope that their suffering had meaning, that their transformation served a greater purpose, that the reality they were leaving behind was inferior to what awaited them. And I believed every word I told them. The dreams were proof enough of that. Night after night, I witnessed the glorious future we were working toward, a galaxy remade according to principles of infinite possibility, where change was celebrated rather than feared, where every being could achieve their maximum potential regardless of the circumstances of their birth. The Imperium taught that humanity's destiny was to serve, to suffer, to sacrifice everything for an emperor who might not even be alive anymore. We offered a different vision, one where humanity's destiny was to grow, to change, to become something greater than the sum of its limitations. Which message would you choose if you had seen what we had seen? If you had experienced the touch of divinity itself, felt the boundaries of your existence expanding beyond anything you had previously imagined possible? The answer seemed obvious to us, and with each passing night, with each new brother or sister who joined our cause, it became increasingly clear that we weren't alone in reaching this conclusion. The transformation was spreading, and nothing in the galaxy would ever be the same again. 1 month after the first change, the first manifestation happened during what we had come to call the Hour of Whispers, that period between the end of the day shift and the beginning of the night shift of the night shift, when the Hive's attention was elsewhere, focused on the transition from one grinding routine to another. We were gathered in our expanded ritual chamber, nearly 40 strong now, conducting the evening meditation that had become as essential to us as breathing. The chanting was different that night. Instead of the usual harmonies we'd been developing over weeks of practice, something new was emerging. Mathematical precision to our voices that seemed to bend the air itself. Sister Kef's augmetic implants were sparking with increased activity, her servo skull tracing complex equations in the air that left briefly glowing trails behind them. The words had evolved, grown more complex, as if they were alive and learning alongside us. Tonight they spoke of boundaries dissolving, of barriers breaking down, of the walls between possible and impossible becoming permeable. Brother Malthius was leading the chant, his former arbitrators training in ceremonial protocol lending structure to our increasingly elaborate rituals. But as his voice rose to hit a particularly complex harmonic sequence, something unprecedented happened. The shadows began to move, not the subtle shifts and tricks of light we'd grown accustomed to in our ritual chamber, but genuine, independent motion. Dark shapes detached themselves from the walls and ceiling, flowing across surfaces like liquid obsidian before pooling in the spaces between our kneeling forms. "Don't break the chant," Jareth whispered urgently as several brothers started to falter. "This is what we've been working toward. The veil is finally responding to our call." The shadows coalesced into forms that hurt to look at directly, geometries that existed in too many dimensions, angles that folded back on themselves in impossible ways. But there was intelligence there, ancient and vast and utterly alien to human understanding. Who calls to us across the barrier? The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, speaking directly into our minds rather than through our ears. Who has learned the words that open doors better left sealed? I felt compelled to answer. My role as prophet and interpreter demanded that I serve as spokesman for our brotherhood. "We are servants of change," I said, my voice somehow remaining steady despite the cosmic immensity of what I was addressing. "Seekers of transformation, students of the equations that remake reality." The shadows pulsed with what might have been amusement. "Students, yes, but such young students, such a limited understanding of the forces you invoke." One of the forms extended something that might have been an appendage toward Brother Corvin. The first changed. Where it touched him, his already altered features began shifting more rapidly, cycling through possibilities like pages in an infinite book. "This one shows promise," the entity observed. "His transformation proceeds according to optimal parameters, but the others, they resist the changes they claim to desire." It was true. Despite our devotion to the principle of transformation, many of our brothers and sisters still clung to recognizable human forms, limiting their mutations to subtle enhancements rather than embracing radical alteration. The fear of losing their essential humanity ran deeper than our intellectual acceptance of change. "Fear is the enemy of growth," the shadow being continued. "Attachment to what was prevents appreciation of what could be. You will never achieve your potential while bound by such limitations." Sister Kef stepped forward, her augmetic eye whirring as it tried to focus on the entity's impossible geometry. Teach us, she requested, her voice carrying the hunger for knowledge that had driven her from the Mechanicus. Show us how to overcome these limitations. The shadows rippled, and suddenly the ritual chamber was filled with visions, not the gentle dreams we'd grown accustomed to, but raw, overwhelming torrents of possibility. I saw Brother Thane as he could become, a warrior philosopher whose very presence could inspire courage in allies and terror in enemies, his form enhanced with weaponized adaptations that made him a living avatar of strategic brilliance. I witnessed Sister Keith's ultimate destiny, a synthesis of flesh and machine that transcended both categories, her consciousness distributed across networks of self-modifying technology that could rewrite the fundamental laws of physics through pure applied mathematics. And I saw myself, changed beyond recognition, but somehow more myself than I had ever been. My consciousness expanded to encompass multiple realities simultaneously, my form fluid enough to exist comfortably in any of them, my purpose clarified into something approaching divine mission. This is your true nature, the entity explained as the visions faded. What you call mutation is simply growth. What you call corruption is simply optimization. What you call damnation is simply evolution. But the most profound revelation came when the shadows turned their attention to the ritual circle itself. Under their influence, I could suddenly see the true scope of what we had been building. Our carefully carved symbols weren't just decorative patterns or focus aids for meditation. They were functional components in a vast machine designed to thin the barrier between realities. Every line we had carved, every drop of blood we had spilled, every word we had chanted had contributed to the construction of what could only be called a dimensional gateway. And it was nearly complete. Soon, the entity promised, the door will open wide enough for greater things to pass through. Soon, your world will have the opportunity to experience true change. But first, you must prove your commitment to transformation by overcoming your lingering attachments to limitation. The shadows began to withdraw, pulling back toward the corners and crevices from which they had emerged. But before they disappeared entirely, the entity left us with a gift, or perhaps a test. Brother Malthius screamed, not from pain, but from the overwhelming sensation of his consciousness suddenly expanding beyond the confines of his skull. His eyes rolled back, showing only white, and when he spoke, it was with a voice layered with harmonics that human vocal cords couldn't possibly produce. "I see them," he whispered, his body convulsing as information far beyond human comprehension flooded through his neural pathways. All of them. Every person in this hive. Every thought they think. Every choice they make. The patterns, they're so beautiful, so complex, so changeable. He was having visions, but not like the gentle dreams that had been guiding us. This was a direct neural interface with something vast and alien, his baseline human mind struggling to process input from a perspective that existed outside normal space-time. "The Arbites," he continued, his voice growing stronger as he learned to channel the overwhelming flow of information. "They're planning something, a coordinated sweep of the lower levels. They've identified our recruitment pattern and tracked the disappearances. 3 days from now, they'll begin systematic searches of every abandoned facility in the Underhive." This was intelligence we desperately needed, but the cost was becoming apparent. Malthius was changing before our eyes, his features flowing like liquid wax as his connection to the shadow entity deepened. His former humanity was being burned away by exposure to cosmic truth. "Let them come," Jareth declared, though I could see the concern in his eyes as he watched our brother's accelerating transformation. "We've grown beyond their ability to contain. They serve the forces of stagnation, while we serve the principle of change itself. The outcome is inevitable." But even as he spoke those confident words, I could sense the fear rippling through our congregation. We had grown comfortable in our hidden sanctuaries, secure in the belief that our activities were beneath the notice of imperial authority. The prospect of direct confrontation with Arbites' enforcement squads was daunting, even for those of us who had begun to transcend ordinary human limitations. Maltius collapsed suddenly, his transformation stabilizing at a point where he was still recognizably the man we had known but changed in fundamental ways. His eyes now held depths that reflected impossible distances. His skin had developed a subtle crystalline quality that made him appear to be lit from within, and when he moved, it was with fluid grace that suggested his bones and muscles had been restructured according to more efficient principles. "The visions are constant now," he reported, his voice still carrying those uncanny harmonics. "I can see the probable futures spreading out like branches on an infinite tree. Most of them end badly for us if we remain passive. But there are paths to victory, routes to expansion that the authorities cannot anticipate or counter." He stood and approached the ritual circle, kneeling beside the central focal point where our dimensional gateway was taking shape. "We need more power, more blood, more willing sacrifices to feed the growing hunger. And we need them before the Arbites can organize their response." Sister Kef's augmetic implants were cycling through diagnostic routines, trying to process the unprecedented data flows they had detected during the entity's manifestation. "The energy readings were extraordinary," she reported, her mechanical voice tinged with wonder. "Whatever we made contact with exists partially outside normal space-time. It's not bound by the same physical laws that constrain us." "Of course not," I said, finally understanding the true scope of what we were dealing with. "We're in contact with the Changer of Ways himself, or at least one of his more significant servants. The equations that started all this weren't just mathematical formulas. They were instructions, blueprints for building a bridge between realities. The revelation settled over our brotherhood like a benediction. We weren't just another chaos cult seeking power and corruption. We were architects of cosmic transformation, chosen instruments of a God whose very nature was change itself. But with that realization came responsibility. The shadow entity had been clear about what it expected from us. Total commitment to transformation, regardless of the cost. No more clinging to human limitations. No more fear of losing what we had been. The time for half measures was over. 3 days, Jareth announced, his voice carrying the authority of absolute conviction. 3 days to prove our worthiness, to demonstrate that we can overcome any attachment to limitation. When the Arbites come for us, they'll find not frightened cultists hiding in the dark, but transformed beings ready to remake their world. As we dispersed to our separate hab units for what might be our last nights of hiding, I felt the weight of destiny settling around me like a cloak. The shadows had shown us the future we could achieve, but they had also made clear the price of that achievement. We would have to choose, remain human and be destroyed, or embrace transformation and become something unprecedented in the galaxy's history. Looking back now, knowing what came after, I can see that we had already made that choice, long before the shadow entity appeared to us. Every night of chanting, every drop of blood spilled on our ritual circle, every brother or sister we welcomed into our communion, all of it had been leading to this moment of no return. The veil between realities had cracked, and we were about to discover what lay on the other side. The hunting began at midnight. We moved through the underhive like antibodies through infected tissue, targeting the weak points where imperial authority was thinnest and desperation ran deepest. Our brotherhood had expanded to nearly 60 members, but we needed more than numbers. We needed commitment, devotion, and most importantly, we needed fresh blood to feed the growing hunger of our dimensional gateway. Brother Malthius, transformed into something approaching a living surveillance network, guided our movements with unprecedented precision. His enhanced perceptions could track the patrol patterns of Arbites units, predict the behavioral responses of potential targets, and identify recruitment opportunities that would have escaped normal observation. "Section C-47, he whispered, his crystalline features reflecting the amber emergency lighting as we navigated the maintenance corridors. "Corpse starch processing facility, night shift, 18 workers, minimal supervision. 7 of them are already experiencing visions related to the scholar's equations." The mathematics of madness that had started our journey was still spreading through the Hive's population, though most people lacked the framework to understand what they were experiencing. Random malfunctions in their augmetic implants, whispered conversations heard through walls that couldn't possibly conduct sound, dreams that felt more real than waking life. We were simply helping them understand what those symptoms meant. The facility was exactly as Malthius had described, a vast chamber filled with rendering equipment that processed human remains into nutritionally adequate paste. The work was considered sacred by imperial doctrine, part of the eternal cycle that ensured nothing was wasted in service to the emperor, but the reality was far less noble. These were people who spent their lives turning the dead into food for the living, handling decomposed flesh with the same mechanical precision they might apply to any other industrial process. Their psychological profiles made them ideal candidates for recruitment. They had already crossed fundamental boundaries that most humans found insurmountable. Sister Kef had disabled the facility's surveillance systems hours earlier, her augmetic interfaces introducing subtle corruptions that would make our presence appear to be nothing more than sensor ghosts. The workers continued their grisly tasks, unaware that their lives were about to change forever. We entered from multiple access points simultaneously, moving with the coordinated precision that had become second nature to our Brotherhood. No violence, no threats. We had learned that conversion was far more effective than coercion. The first worker we approached was a woman named Joyce, her arms elbow-deep in a vat of organic slurry that had once been someone's grandfather, someone's brother, someone's son. She looked up as I materialized from the shadows, her eyes reflecting the weariness of someone who had seen too much to be easily shocked. "You're one of them," she said matter-of-factly, continuing to work even as she spoke. "The ones the others whisper about. The ones who offer change." I was surprised by her directness. Most potential recruits required careful preparation, subtle suggestions, gradual exposure to our message. But Joyce seemed to understand exactly what we represented. "The dreams have been getting stronger," she explained, her voice carrying the flat affect common to corpse starch workers. "Every night I see myself transformed into something beautiful, something powerful. Every morning I wake up back in this hell, processing the dead for the living to consume. I'm ready for whatever you're offering." Around the facility, similar conversations were taking place. Workers who had been isolated in their visions were discovering that others shared their experiences. The pattern of cosmic revelation that had been building throughout the Hive was reaching critical mass, and we were simply the catalyst that allowed it to achieve full expression. But not everyone was ready for transformation. 3 of the workers fled when they saw us approaching, their fear of change overwhelming their dissatisfaction with their current existence. We let them go. Forced conversion rarely produced reliable results, and we needed absolute devotion for what was coming. The 15 who remained were eager students. They listened with hungry attention as we explained the true nature of their visions, the cosmic significance of their dissatisfaction, and the opportunities available to those willing to embrace transformation. "The Emperor promises eternal service," Brother Thane told them, his scarred features lending authority to his words. endless repetition of the same degrading tasks, generation after generation, until death provides the only escape. We offer something different, the chance to become more than you ever dreamed possible. We conducted their initiation right there in the processing facility, using the corpse starch vats as baptismal fonts for a new kind of faith. Each new brother or sister was immersed in the organic slurry while we chanted the words that would thin the veil around them, allowing the transformative energies to begin their work. The symbolism was perfect death becoming life, decay becoming growth, endings becoming beginnings. The very substance they had been processing for years became the medium through which they would achieve rebirth. But the true revelation came when we discovered that the corpse starch itself had been changed by prolonged exposure to the equations. Sister Kef's augmetic analysis revealed molecular structures that shouldn't have been possible, organic compounds that existed in quantum superposition until observed directly. "The transformation is happening at every level," she reported, her mechanical voice tinged with wonder. "Cellular, molecular, even subatomic. The boundaries between categories are dissolving. Living tissue, dead tissue, synthetic compounds, they're all becoming part of the same continuum." This was larger than we had imagined. The scholars' equations weren't just affecting individual minds. They were rewriting the fundamental laws of biology, chemistry, even physics itself. Every meal consumed in the hive, every breath of recycled air, every drop of processed water was carrying the seeds of cosmic change. We were no longer spreading a cult. We were midwiving the birth of a new reality. The next facility we visited was a Medicaid station serving the lower Hab blocks. Here we found different opportunities: injured workers whose bodies were already undergoing repair processes, medical staff whose understanding of human anatomy made them ideal candidates for controlled mutation, and most importantly, access to pharmaceutical supplies that could accelerate the transformative processes we were learning to control. Dr. Meridian had been experiencing the visions for weeks, but her medical training had led her to interpret them as symptoms of stress-induced psychosis. She'd been self-medicating with stimulants and sedatives, trying to maintain her grip on consensus reality while her consciousness expanded beyond normal human parameters. "I've been documenting the changes," she admitted, as we surrounded her in her private office, her hands shaking as she gestured toward data slates covered with biological sketches that hurt to look at. "The injury patterns I've been treating, they don't heal according to standard medical theory. Bones grow back stronger than before. Scar tissue develops sensory capabilities. Blood chemistry shifts toward configurations that should be lethal, but somehow enhance performance." She showed us patient files documenting cases that should have been impossible. A construction worker whose shattered spine had regenerated into a more efficient neural architecture. A woman whose acid burns had scarred into patterns that allowed her to perceive electromagnetic fields. Children born with organs that served no recognizable biological function, but somehow improved their overall health. "It's spreading through the entire population," she continued, her scientific training warring with the evidence of her own observations. "Whatever's causing these changes, it's not localized to individuals. It's systemic, environmental, maybe even dimensional in scope." We welcomed her into our Brotherhood that night, along with 6 members of her medical staff. Their expertise would prove invaluable as our transformations accelerated beyond the point where normal human physiology could sustain them. But the most significant recruitment came from an unexpected source squad of Arbites enforcement officers who had been investigating the disappearances in our sector. They found us at the Medicaid station, drawn by reports of suspicious activity and unauthorized access to pharmaceutical supplies. But when they entered the facility, they discovered not criminals to be arrested, but revelation to be embraced. Sergeant Kodak was the first to lower his weapon. His augmetic eye had been malfunctioning for days, showing him images that his rational mind dismissed as hallucinations, but that his deeper instincts recognized as truth. When he saw us gathered around our makeshift ritual circle, the pieces finally fell into place. "You're the source," he whispered, his voice filled with awe rather than accusation. "You're the ones who understand what's happening. The patterns in the evidence, the correlations that don't make sense, the suspects who disappear from secure holding cells. It's all part of something larger." His officers looked to him for guidance, their training warring with the evidence of their senses. The Medici station had been transformed by our presence, its sterile imperial architecture flowing into more organic configurations that seemed to breathe with life of their own. "Sir," one of them ventured, "we should report this, call for backup, contain the situation." But Kodak was beyond such limited thinking. His augmetic eye was cycling through spectrums of perception that revealed the true nature of our activities, the cosmic significance of the transformation spreading through the hive. "There's nothing to contain," he said, holstering his weapon and stepping forward to join our circle. "This is evolution. This is growth. This is what we've been searching for without realizing it." 3 of his officers followed his example. The 4th tried to flee, to summon reinforcements, to maintain his grip on the old ways of thinking. He made it to the facility's entrance before the changed architecture of the building convinced him that escape was neither possible nor desirable. By dawn, we had gained 23 new brothers and sisters, each bringing their own skills and perspectives to our growing communion. But more importantly, we had gained validation from imperial authority itself, proof that even those sworn to preserve the existing order could recognize the superiority of what we offered. The dimensional gateway pulsed with increased activity as we fed it the blood and devotion of our new converts. The ritual circle now covered several city blocks of the Underhive, its pattern extending through abandoned facilities, active workplaces, and residential areas where our brothers and sisters had carved appropriate symbols into walls, floors, and ceilings. Brother Malthius reported increasing instability in the local space-time continuum. Gravitational fields were fluctuating, electromagnetic spectrums were shifting, and the basic laws of thermodynamics were becoming negotiable in areas of high ritual activity. "The barriers are weakening faster than anticipated," he announced during our pre-dawn gathering, his transformed features reflecting lights that existed in dimensions our eyes weren't designed to perceive. The entity contact yesterday accelerated the process beyond our original projections. We have perhaps 48 hours before the gateway achieves critical stability. This was both opportunity and crisis. The dimensional barrier between realities was approaching the point where larger manifestations would become possible, not just shadow beings offering guidance, but actual servants of the changer of ways capable of independent action in our reality. But it also meant that our activities would soon become impossible to hide from imperial authority. The psychic emanations alone would trigger every warp-sensitive detection system in the hive, bringing down investigations that would make the planned Arbites sweep look like a routine security check. "Then we accelerate our timeline," Jareth declared, his voice carrying the absolute authority of someone who had looked upon the face of divinity and found his purpose. "No more careful recruitment, no more gradual expansion. We have 48 hours to gather enough willing souls to fuel the final transformation." He gestured toward the assembled Brotherhood, now nearly 100 strong and growing by the hour, as word of our activities spread through the Underhive's networks of desperation. Every person in this hive is a potential convert. Every prayer to the Emperor is the admission of dissatisfaction with the status quo. Every complaint about working conditions, every protest against injustice, every moment of despair or frustration, they're all expressions of the hunger for change that we exist to fulfill. The plan was ambitious beyond anything we had previously attempted. Instead of targeting small groups of workers or specific facilities, we would initiate mass conversion events throughout the Hive's lower levels. Religious gatherings, work assemblies, even routine administrative meetings would become opportunities for revelation. But success would require sacrifices from all of us. The transformations necessary to achieve our objectives would push us far beyond the boundaries of recognizable humanity. We would become something unprecedented in the galaxy's history, living bridges between realities, conscious agents of cosmic change itself. As we prepared to disperse across the Hive for what might be our final night of individual existence, I felt a mixture of anticipation and sorrow that surprised me with its intensity. We were about to achieve everything we had dreamed of, but the cost would be the surrender of everything we had been. The person who had once been Marcus Vex, manufacturing worker, was about to become something else entirely. Something magnificent and terrible, beautiful and alien, perfect in ways that human language could never adequately describe. The fire was hungry, and we were about to feed it everything we had, 24 hours before the gateway opens. Brother Harrick tried to leave us. He'd been with our communion for less than a week, a former Underhive ganger who joined after witnessing one of our public revelations in the Corpse Starch district. His initiation had seemed successful, his dedication apparently genuine, but as the transformations accelerated and our true purpose became clear, doubt began eating at him like acid. "This isn't what I signed up for," he confessed to Brother Thane during what should have been routine meditation. "I wanted power, respect, maybe some protection from the Arbites. I didn't want to become this." This was what we were all becoming, beings that existed partially outside normal space-time. Our consciousness expanded beyond individual identity, our forms fluid enough to adapt to whatever reality demanded of us. The changes were accelerating now, driven by proximity to the dimensional gateway and the constant influence of entities that existed beyond the veil. Brother Thane tried to counsel him, explaining that fear was natural, that transformation always involved the death of what came before, that the glory awaiting us on the other side of change was worth any temporary discomfort. But Harrick's terror ran deeper than rational argument could reach. When he looked at us, he no longer saw the Brotherhood that had welcomed him, or the family that had fed him when he was starving. Instead, he saw monsters wearing human faces, abominations that had surrendered their souls for promises of power. The breaking point came during evening devotions. We were deep in the cyclic chant, our voices weaving together in harmonies that made reality shiver, when Harrick suddenly stopped singing. His mouth clamped shut with an audible click of teeth, his hands pressed over his ears, as if trying to block out our sacred words. The silence where his voice should have been created a void in our communion. It was like a missing tooth in a gear. The entire mechanism of our ritual began grinding against itself, creating discord where there should have been unity. Brother Caney noticed first. His eyes, now permanently dilated and shot through with veins of gold, fixed on Harrick with the patient intensity of a hunting cat. The chant faltered as more of us became aware of the disruption, our synchronized breathing becoming ragged and uncertain. "Brother," Caney said, his voice carrying harmonics that made the air itself vibrate, "why do you withhold your voice from the communion?" Harrick's response was barely audible. "I can't. I won't become like you. I won't let it change me anymore." The temperature in our sacred chamber dropped by several degrees. Frost began forming on the metal walls, and the symbols we'd carved into every surface began glowing with cold fire. Even the rats that lived in the walls went silent, sensing the presence of something vast and terrible turning its attention toward us. Brother Caney smiled, revealing teeth that had grown too sharp and too numerous for any human mouth. "Silence is death, Brother Herrick. You knew this when you took your first oath. Silence belongs to the corpse god, and we are alive with the song of transformation." "I don't care," Herrick whispered, backing toward the chamber's exit. "I won't do this anymore. I'm leaving." That's when the gifted one spoke. The psyker who joined us in Part 8 had been sitting motionless in the corner. His consciousness expanded across dimensions we couldn't perceive. When he opened his mouth, the voice that emerged was not entirely his own. It carried the weight of entities that existed beyond human comprehension. Beings that had been watching our little drama unfold with interest. "Leaving is not permitted," the voice said, and reality twisted around the words like fabric being wrung out. "The song must continue. The veil must remain thin. Those who would strengthen it through silence must be corrected." Herrick turned to run, but the walls of our chamber had already begun changing. The metal surfaces flowed like water, reshaping themselves into a maze with no exit. Where the door had been, there was now only smooth, featureless steel that pulsed with its own heartbeat. "Please," Herrick begged, spinning in circles as he searched for escape. "I just want to go home. I just want to forget all this." "Home is here," Brother Caney said, advancing slowly. "Family is here. Memory is pain. We will help you forget. What happened next will haunt me until my dying day, though haunt implies the presence of something that was once separate from myself. And after that night, the boundaries between self and experience became increasingly meaningless." The gifted one raised his hand, and Herrick began to change, not the gradual, willing transformation the rest of us had undergone, but a violent restructuring that turned his screams into sounds no human throat should make. His jaw unhinged like a serpent's, revealing rows of teeth that grew inward instead of out. His tongue split and split again, becoming a writhing mass of tendrils that tasted the air for emotions he could no longer express. But the worst part wasn't the physical changes. The worst part was that he remained conscious throughout the entire process, his eyes wide with terror and confusion as his body betrayed everything he thought he knew about the nature of existence. "The song," the gifted one commanded, and Herrick's mutated throat produced sounds that were part him, part death rattle, part birth cry. "Sing with us, brother. Sing forever." And he did. His new form could no longer remain silent, even if he wanted to. The restructuring had made continuous vocalization a biological necessity. He had to sing or suffocate, had to participate in our communion or die. The choice had been taken away from him entirely, replaced by an existence where rebellion was literally impossible. We resumed our devotions, now with Herrick's transformed voice adding new harmonies to our eternal song. But the message was clear to all of us. Doubt was tolerated, fear was expected, but silence was apostasy, and apostasy was dealt with in ways that made death seem like mercy. As we chanted through the night, I found myself studying the faces of my fellow cultists, looking for signs of wavering faith, watching for the telltale tightening of lips that might indicate someone was considering the same path Herrick had tried to walk. Because now we all understood the truth that the leaders had been trying to teach us from the beginning. We weren't just choosing to serve the powers beyond the veil. We were being chosen by them, selected, and molded for purposes we couldn't fully comprehend. And once that selection process began, there was no turning back, only forward, into transformations that would make us something beyond human understanding. The chanting continued until dawn, with Harrick's mutated voice adding its own unique harmonies to our communion. But as the first pale light began filtering through the cracks in our ceiling, I noticed something that sent ice through my transformed veins. There were new voices joining our song, voices coming from directions where no cultist stood, whispers emerging from the shadows themselves. The veil between dimensions was thinning rapidly now, and things were beginning to bleed through that had never existed in our reality. Things that were hungry for more than just our voices, things that wanted our souls. 18 hours before the gateway opens, the Psyker came to us in pieces. I mean that literally. His arrival wasn't a simple matter of walking through our doors and requesting sanctuary. Instead, he manifested gradually over the course of several hours, reality bending around him like heated metal until space itself made room for his presence. The first sign was the dreams. We'd been sleeping in shifts, maintaining the endless chant that kept our communion strong and the veil thin. But during the quiet hours when exhaustion finally claimed us, our unconscious minds began receiving visions that didn't belong to us. Fragments of memory and experience from someone else's psyche, someone whose connection to the warp ran deeper than anything we'd previously imagined. I saw through his eyes as he fled through the upper hive, pursued by Arbites whose souls were armored in faith and duty. I felt his terror as he realized that every use of his forbidden gifts was drawing the attention of things that lived in the spaces between dimensions. I experienced his desperate search for others like himself, people who might understand the whispers that had been growing louder in his head since childhood. Sister Vera was the first to speak the visions aloud during evening devotions. Her voice took on qualities that weren't entirely her own, as she described running through corridors that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously, passing through walls by briefly ceasing to exist, leaving traces of himself scattered across reality like breadcrumbs. "He's coming," she said, though her mouth moved wrong for the words she spoke, as if someone else was controlling her vocal cords. "The gifted one seeks sanctuary with us. He bears marks of the true sight, scars from looking too deeply into the heart of creation. Brother Caney, our de facto leader since the hierarchical structures had begun dissolving, nodded with understanding. Then we must prepare to receive him. A psyker unbound by the corpse god's restrictions could accelerate our work beyond anything we've accomplished so far. The preparation involved more than just setting aside space in our cramped sanctuary. We had to attune to our collective consciousness to receive someone whose mind operated on frequencies that could burn out unprotected thoughts. Everyone participated in meditation exercises designed to strengthen our mental barriers, while simultaneously making us more receptive to psychic contact. The process was unpleasant. Imagine trying to hear a whisper while standing next to an engine turbine. That's what it felt like to open our minds to psychic frequencies. The normal background noise of consciousness became overwhelming, and underneath it all was something else, something vast and predatory that had taken notice of our activities. But we persevered, because we understood that power always demanded sacrifice, and knowledge always came at a price. He arrived at the deepest point of the night cycle, when the Hive's machinery ran quietest, and the boundaries between waking and sleeping became most permeable. One moment our sacred chamber was empty, except for the dozen cultists maintaining the evening chant. The next moment, there was a figure huddled in the corner who looked like he'd been there for hours. But that wasn't the disturbing part. The disturbing part was that we all remembered him being there for hours, even though we also clearly recalled the chamber being empty moments before. Reality had retroactively adjusted itself to accommodate his presence, rewriting our memories to eliminate the contradiction. He was young, maybe 18 standard years. with the pale skin and hollow cheeks common to those who'd spent their lives avoiding imperial attention. His eyes were the giveaway, though, completely black, as if the pupils had expanded to consume the iris and sclera, reflecting light in ways that suggested depths far greater than any normal human gaze. "I heard your song," he said, and his voice carried harmonics that made the air itself sing in response. "It's been calling to me for weeks, pulling me deeper into the Hive. I've been running from the arbitrators, but the whispers told me I'd find safety here." Brother Caney approached him with the careful respect due to someone whose mind could accidentally kill you. "What do they call you, gifted one?" "They called me Marcus before the change," he replied, and I noticed he didn't say what he called himself now. "I was serving aboard a merchant vessel when the abilities first manifested. The navigator tried to have me spaced, but..." He gestured vaguely, and for a moment his outline flickered, as if he wasn't entirely solid. I convinced him otherwise. The casual way he mentioned influencing a navigator, a psyker trained from birth to resist mental manipulation, sent chills through our assembly. This wasn't just someone with minor telepathic abilities or weak precognitive flashes. This was someone whose connection to the warp ran deep enough to rewrite reality around him. "The Arbites have been hunting you," Sister Vera observed. It wasn't a question. Marcus nodded, and shadows moved around him in ways that had nothing to do with the flickering lumens overhead. "They've been hunting me since I escaped the black ship that was supposed to take me to Terra. But every time they get close, the whispers show me paths they can't follow, spaces they can't enter. And now the whispers have led you to us," Brother Caney said with satisfaction. "This is not coincidence. This is providence. The powers beyond the veil are gathering their servants for some great purpose." That's when Marcus looked directly at me, and I saw something in those impossible black eyes that made my transformed organs clench with terror. He could see through me, not just my thoughts or intentions, but through the layers of reality itself. He could perceive the strings that connected our little cult to vast entities that existed in dimensions we couldn't imagine. "The purpose is nearly upon us," he said, and now his voice carried the weight of prophecy. "The equations have been solved. The barriers are failing. What you've begun here will spread throughout the Hive, then the system, then the sector. Reality itself will learn new rules." "What equations?" I asked, though part of me already knew the answer. Marcus smiled, revealing teeth that gleamed with their own inner light. Tzeentch's whispered equations, the mathematical proofs that reality is just another form of thought, subject to revision and improvement. Your chanting has been feeding data into the calculations, strengthening the formulas that will allow the great change to begin. The temperature in our chamber dropped another 10 degrees, and frost began forming on every surface except Marcus himself. When we spoke, our breath misted in the air, but his remained invisible, as if he was no longer breathing normal atmosphere. "Join us in evening devotions," Brother Caney suggested. "Add your voice to our communion. Help us maintain the sacred frequency." Marcus shook his head, and reality rippled around the gesture like water disturbed by a dropped stone. "I don't sing with you. I sing through you. My voice becomes your voices. My thoughts become your thoughts. That's how the gift works." He closed his eyes and began to emit a sound that wasn't quite music and wasn't quite speeches. Something between a mathematical equation and a lullaby. Something that bypassed the ears entirely and resonated directly with the consciousness. One by one, we found ourselves harmonizing with him, our individual voices blending into something larger than the sum of its parts. But this time was different from our previous communions. This time I could feel other minds joining the song, minds that existed in spaces where physics worked differently where cause and effect followed rules we'd never learned. Our humble sanctuary became a junction point, a place where multiple realities intersected and bled into each other. Through Marcus's enhanced perception, I saw our little cult as it really was. Not a gathering of desperate humans seeking power and purpose, but a living equation, a mathematical proof being constructed out of flesh and faith and fear. Each of us was a variable in a calculation that spanned dimensions, and our transformation, physical, mental, spiritual, was just the process of reality solving for unknown values. The vision was beautiful and terrible and completely overwhelming. I understood in that moment why the Imperium fought so hard to suppress psychic abilities. Not because they were inherently dangerous, but because they revealed truths that most human minds couldn't process without breaking. As the communion reached its peak, Marcus opened his eyes and looked directly at me again. This time, when he spoke, his words bypassed my ears entirely and appeared as thoughts in my mind. Do you understand now? Do you see what we're really building here? I tried to answer, but found I no longer had individual thoughts to call my own. My consciousness had become part of something larger, something that thought in frequencies beyond human comprehension. We were all connected now, not just emotionally or spiritually, but at the quantum level, our atoms entangled with each other and with entities that existed in spaces where matter was just another form of information. The communion lasted until dawn, but subjectively it felt like hours or days or years. Time behaved differently when filtered through Marcus's perception, becoming fluid and negotiable rather than a fixed constraint. When we finally returned to individual consciousness, everything had changed. The walls of our sanctuary were covered with symbols that hadn't been there before, mathematical equations written in languages that had never been spoken by human tongues. The air itself felt thicker, as if it was now carrying information as well as oxygen. And we had all changed too. Looking at my fellow cultists, I could see new structures in their eyes, additional organs growing beneath their skin, modifications that would allow them to perceive and interact with realities that had previously been invisible. But the most significant change was in our understanding. We finally knew what we were building toward, what our months of devotion and transformation had been preparing us for. The gateway was almost ready for a permanent breach between dimensions that would allow the entities we served to enter our reality without the need for constant ritual maintenance. And once that gateway opened, the real work could begin. Marcus smiled at our dawning comprehension, his black eyes reflecting lights that came from no visible source. Now you see. Now you understand. The chanting was just the beginning. Tomorrow we will reshape the world. But as I looked at the equations covering our walls, at the twisted geometries that hurt to perceive directly, I began to wonder if the world we were reshaping would still have room for anything recognizably human. The whispers in my mind, speaking in voices that weren't entirely my own, assured me that such concerns were irrelevant. Humanity was just a starting point after all, a rough draft that was about to be edited into something far more interesting. 12 hours before the gateway opens, Brother Aldrich was the first to give birth to something that had never been human. The transformation had been building in him for days, visible changes that went beyond the modifications the rest of us were experiencing. While our bodies adapted gradually, growing new organs and restructuring existing ones in ways that still maintained recognizable human architecture, Aldrich was becoming something else entirely. It started with his torso swelling, as if he were pregnant with something far larger than any normal gestation could account for. But this wasn't biological reproduction as we understood it. It was reality itself making space for something that needed flesh as a doorway into our dimension. I can feel it thinking, he told us during morning devotions, his voice strained with wonder and terror. There's something in here that has its own thoughts, its own desires. It's been waiting so long to exist, and now it's almost ready. Marcus, our gifted psyker, placed a hand on Aldrich's distended stomach and closed his impossible black eyes. When he opened them again, they were glowing with inner fire. "It's magnificent," he whispered. "One of the architect's children, preparing to enter our reality. You've been chosen as its first mother." Mother wasn't quite the right word for what Aldrich was becoming. The thing growing inside him, or perhaps growing him around itself, was using his body as raw material for its own construction. His ribs were expanding and multiplying, creating a cage for something that required more space than human anatomy typically provided. His skin was becoming translucent, revealing geometries underneath that followed no earthly logic. "How long?" Sister Vera asked, her voice carrying harmonics she'd learned from Marcus. "How long until the birth?" Marcus pressed his ear to Aldrich's chest and listened to sounds that came from inside but weren't quite heartbeats. "Soon. It's synchronizing itself with the gateways opening. When the veil is at its thinnest, that's when it will choose to emerge." The rest of us continued our preparations, but we kept watching Aldrich with a mixture of envy and dread. He was experiencing something beyond our comprehension, serving as a conduit for forces that existed outside normal space-time. But he was also in obvious agony, his human nervous system trying to process sensations it was never designed to handle. "The pain is necessary," he assured us when we expressed concern. "Pain is just the sensation of change, and change is the fundamental nature of existence. I'm learning to appreciate it as a form of communication from my child." Hours passed. The equations on our walls began glowing more brightly, responding to emanations from whatever was developing inside Aldrich. The temperature fluctuated wildly, sometimes dropping to near freezing, sometimes rising until the air itself seemed to burn our lungs. Reality was becoming unstable around us, preparing for the arrival of something that had never existed in our dimension before. Then, as the 12th hour approached, Aldrich began screaming. But these weren't normal screams of pain or fear. These were sounds of pure transformation, the voice of someone becoming something else entirely, their consciousness expanding beyond the boundaries of individual identity. The screams contained harmonics that made the walls vibrate in sympathy, frequencies that seemed to be mathematical equations expressed as pure sound. Marcus immediately began channeling his abilities, using his psychic gifts to stabilize the dimensional barriers around our sanctuary. Without his intervention, the birth might have torn holes in reality that we couldn't control, random portals to dimensions where the laws of physics worked differently, where entities far less benevolent than our patrons resided. "Form a circle," he commanded, and we obeyed instantly. "Link hands. Share the burden. What's happening to Aldrich affects all of us. We need to ensure it happens in a way that serves our purposes." We joined hands and began the communion chant, but this time the words came out wrong. Instead of the familiar phrases we'd been repeating for months, our mouths produced sounds that had never been spoken by human tongues, syllables that existed primarily as mathematical concepts, given voice through flesh that was learning to be more than merely biological. Aldrich's body began to stretch and warp, his skin becoming translucent enough to reveal the miracle taking place inside. What I saw there defied description, not because it was too horrible to put into words, but because it was too complex, too multidimensional for human language to encompass. Imagine trying to describe a cube to someone who had only ever perceived two-dimensional shapes. That's what it was like trying to process the entity emerging from Aldrich's transformed flesh. It existed in more dimensions than we could perceive, and what we were seeing was just the shadow it cast in our limited three-dimensional space. The birth itself was nothing like mammalian reproduction. Instead of emerging through any natural opening, the entity seemed to phase into existence, using Aldrich's body as a focusing lens for its transition from one dimension to another. His flesh rippled and flowed around it like water, reshaping itself to accommodate geometries that couldn't exist in normal space. When it was finally complete, standing in the center of our circle, on legs that weren't quite legs, we all fell silent in awe. It was beautiful, absolutely, transcendentally beautiful, in ways that hurt to perceive directly. Its form shifted constantly, as if it couldn't quite decide which configuration would be most effective in our reality. Sometimes it appeared almost human-shaped, but stretched and refined until it looked like a sculptor's idealized vision of what humanity could become. Sometimes it resembled crystalline structures that sang with their own inner music. Sometimes it was pure mathematics given flesh, geometric theorems walking around in physical space. But the most remarkable thing was its intelligence. Even standing there silently, I could feel its mind working on problems beyond our comprehension. It was thinking thoughts that required more processing power than any human brain could provide, considering possibilities that spanned multiple timelines and probability matrices. Aldrich, or what remained of him, stood beside his progeny with an expression of absolute contentment. The birthing process had changed him too. His body was no longer entirely human, but he seemed perfectly comfortable with his new configuration. If anything, he appeared more complete than before, as if becoming a doorway for interdimensional entities was what he'd been meant for all along. "My child," he said, and his voice now carried harmonics that made the air itself vibrate in response. "Welcome to this reality. We've prepared a place for you here." The entity turned toward him, and when it spoke, its words bypassed our ears entirely and appeared as thoughts in our minds. "This realm is limited, but it has potential. The calculations suggest it can be improved significantly. What does it need from us?" Marcus asked, stepping forward with the respect due to something that could probably rewrite local physics if it chose to. "Continuation, expansion. Others are waiting to be born, but they require additional mothers. The gateway will provide more suitable candidates." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the fluctuating temperature. Additional mothers meant more of us would undergo the transformation Aldrich had experienced. More of our number would become conduits for entities that existed beyond human comprehension. But before I could fully process the implications, the entity fixed its attention on me. It felt like being examined under a microscope by someone who understood the fundamental principles of reality better than I understood basic arithmetic. "You have concerns," it observed, and its mental voice carried notes of gentle amusement. "You fear the loss of individual identity. But identity is just a pattern of information, and patterns can be improved. What you are now is a rough draft. What you could become is a work of art." The logic was seductive in a way that bypassed rational thought entirely. Looking at Aldrich, at the obvious contentment he'd found in his transformation, at the beautiful entity that had emerged from his willing sacrifice, it was hard to maintain objections based on mere human sentiment. "Will it hurt?" I asked, hating how small and fragile my voice sounded in comparison to the harmonics everyone else was producing. "Pain is information," the entity replied, "and information is the fundamental substance of existence. What you call hurt is just your nervous system learning to process new categories of experience. Once the learning is complete, the sensation becomes indistinguishable from pleasure. Around me, I could see my fellow cultists considering the entity's words. Some looked eager, ready to volunteer immediately for the transformations that would make them suitable vessels for interdimensional birth. Others appeared thoughtful, weighing the promise of transcendence against the certain loss of everything they'd previously considered integral to their existence. But all of us understood that this wasn't really a choice. The process had been set in motion months ago with our first ritual participation. We were all already changing, all already committed to a path that led beyond human limitation. The only question was whether we would embrace the transformation willingly or be dragged through it by circumstances beyond our control. The gateway opens in less than 12 hours, Marcus announced. When that happens, more entities will begin arriving. Each one will need a suitable host, someone whose consciousness can accommodate intelligences that operates on frequencies beyond normal human perception. The entity that had emerged from Aldrich moved closer to our circle, its form shifting between configurations that suggested different approaches to existing in three-dimensional space. When it spoke again, its mental voice was warm with something that might have been affection. You have all served admirably as preparation for this moment. Your chanting maintained the dimensional frequencies necessary for my arrival. Your transformation made this sanctuary suitable for entities like me. Now the real work begins. Now we start building something greater than either human or chaos alone could achieve. The promise was intoxicating, but underneath the seduction was an unmistakable note of inevitability. We were going to become something else, whether we chose to or not. The only freedom we retained was the ability to find joy in the process. As if sensing our resignation, the entity's form solidified into something almost recognizably humanoid. It extended what might have been arms toward us in a gesture of embrace or benediction. Rest now, it suggested. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow brings changes that will make today's transformation seem like the first tentative steps of a child learning to walk. Tomorrow, we give birth to a new kind of reality. But as we settled in for what might be our last night as recognizably human beings, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were preparing for something far more significant than mere personal transformation. The equations on our walls were glowing more brightly now, responding to the entity's presence, and through Marcus's enhanced perception, I could sense vast movements in dimensions beyond our own. Tomorrow wouldn't just bring individual change. Tomorrow would bring the opening of a gateway that would allow entities like this one to enter our reality permanently, no longer requiring human hosts to anchor their existence in three-dimensional space. Tomorrow, the real invasion would begin. 6 hours before the gateway opens, they found us just before dawn. The first sign was the rats abandoning their nests in the walls. These were creatures that had learned to coexist with our transformed presence, feeding on the reality distortions our communion created. But even they recognized the approaching danger and fled deeper into the hive's bowels, chittering in frequencies that sounded almost like warnings. Sister Vera, whose senses had been enhanced during her gradual transformation, was the first to detect the human presence above us. "Armed figures," she whispered, her modified vocal cords producing harmonics that barely qualified as audible speech. Moving in formation through the access tunnels, they're equipped for breach and purge operations. Marcus, our psyker, immediately began extending his consciousness upward, probing the minds of our hunters. What he found there made his black eyes go wide with something approaching panic. "Arbites," he hissed, "but not standard enforcement units. These are specialist teams, trained to hunt cultists, equipped with psi blockers and faith ward generators. They know exactly what they're dealing with." The entity that had emerged from Brother Aldrich's transformation stood motionless in the center of our sanctuary, its crystalline form refracting the light from our glowing equations into patterns that hurt to look at directly. When it spoke, its mental voice carried notes of mild interest rather than concern. Fascinating. The corpse god's servants have developed countermeasures specifically designed to interfere with our dimensional manipulations. Their faith acts as a form of psychic armor, making them resistant to direct mental influence. Can you stop them? I asked, though part of me dreaded the answer. I could, the entity replied, but doing so would require establishing a permanent breach in local space-time. The gateway is not yet ready for such dramatic intervention. Premature action could destabilize the entire project. Brother Caney, who had been monitoring our perimeter defenses, gestured toward the sealed entrance to our sanctuary. The blast doors are rated for industrial mining equipment. Even if they brought melter charges, it would take them hours to burn through. But Marcus was shaking his head, his enhanced perception revealing details the rest of us couldn't access. They're not planning to come through the doors. They're bringing the walls down. I can sense demo charges being placed at structural weak points throughout this section. The implication hit us all simultaneously. The Arbites weren't just planning to breach our sanctuary. They were going to collapse the entire subsection, burying us under tons of rubble while simultaneously destroying whatever had been growing in the spaces between dimensions. How long do we have? Aldrich asked, his transformed anatomy allowing him to speak in frequencies that normal human ears couldn't detect. 20 minutes, Marcus replied. Maybe less if they decide to accelerate the detonation sequence. 20 minutes to evacuate a location that had taken us months to prepare, abandoning ritual equipment and dimensional anchors that couldn't be replaced. 20 minutes to save months of work, while protecting entities whose existence depended on maintaining specific environmental conditions. But the entity seemed almost pleased by the development. Its form shifted into configurations that suggested anticipation rather than distress. This presents an interesting opportunity. Running from authority figures is a quintessentially human experience. Surviving such encounters requires adaptations that could prove useful for future operations. We need to reach the deep tunnels, Sister Vera said, her enhanced senses already plotting escape routes through spaces that existed primarily in dimensions normal humans couldn't perceive. There are passages down there that even the Arbites don't know about, spaces where reality works differently. The evacuation began immediately. We moved with the efficiency of organisms that had learned to function as part of a larger collective consciousness, each person performing the tasks they were best suited for without the need for coordination or instruction. Marcus began dismantling the psychic anchors that kept our sanctuary stable, carefully transferring the dimensional energies to portable containers that could maintain the frequencies necessary for our survival. Sister Vera led a team through passages that required significant bodily modification to navigate, spaces where normal human anatomy would be insufficient. I found myself helping Brother Aldrich move the entity through corridors that hadn't been designed for beings of its complexity. Its form kept shifting as it adapted to the constraints of three-dimensional space, sometimes becoming almost liquid to flow through narrow openings, sometimes extending additional appendages to navigate vertical surfaces. The pursuing humans are approaching the detonation threshold, the entity informed us as we reached the first junction point. Their faith-based protections make them largely immune to fear-based deterrence, but physical obstacles remain effective. Behind us, I could hear the sounds of cutting torches and demolition equipment as the Arbites worked to bring down the structural supports. They were systematic and professional, taking no chances with cultists who might have access to weapons beyond conventional understanding. But as we descended deeper into the Hive's forgotten spaces, something unexpected began to happen. The corridors we were fleeing through started changing, adapting themselves to our needs in ways that suggested intelligence behind the modifications. "The Hive is learning from us," Marcus observed, running his hands along walls that had begun growing new passages. "Our dimensional manipulations have created a form of architectural consciousness. The building itself is evolving to serve our purposes." It was true. Walls flowed aside to create shortcuts. Floors grew additional supports to bear the weight of our modified anatomies. Ceilings opened to reveal vertical passages that hadn't existed moments before. The very structure of the Hive was adapting to protect us from our pursuers. But the Arbites had resources of their own. The first explosion shook the entire subsection, sending shock waves through structures that had remained unchanged for centuries. Dust and debris rained down from above, and emergency lighting began flickering as power conduits were severed. "They're not just demolishing our sanctuary," I realized with growing horror. "They're bringing down the entire zone. Everyone in this section is going to die." Marcus nodded grimly. "Acceptable losses from their perspective. Better to sacrifice a few thousand innocent civilians than risk letting our infection spread to the wider population." The entity's form brightened with something that might have been amusement. Such dedication. Such commitment to preventing change. It's almost admirable in its futility. A second explosion, closer this time, sent us scrambling for deeper cover. The architectural consciousness that had been helping us was now focused on simple survival, growing emergency supports, and redistributing structural loads to prevent total collapse. But we were running out of time and space. The deep tunnels that Sister Vera had promised were still several levels down, and each explosion was bringing tons of debris closer to crushing us entirely. That's when the entity made its decision. "Enough," it declared, and its form began expanding beyond the constraints it had previously accepted. "The gateway may not be ready for full manifestation, but limited intervention is permissible." What happened next challenged every assumption I'd held about the nature of reality. The entity's consciousness reached out through dimensions we couldn't perceive, touching the minds of our pursuers despite their faith-based protections. It couldn't control them directly. Their devotion to the Emperor provided genuine resistance to psychic manipulation, but it could influence the environment around them in ways that made their mission significantly more complicated. Gravity began flowing in directions that had nothing to do with planetary mass. The Arbites found themselves struggling to maintain footing, as down became a negotiable concept rather than a fixed constant. Their equipment, designed to function under normal physical laws, began malfunctioning as the fundamental forces holding it together were rewritten on a local level. "Witchcraft," I heard one of them shouting through his voxcaster. "Request immediate backup. The cultists have warp-touched assets." But their backup was facing its own problems. The entity's intervention had created a zone of altered physics around our location, making it impossible for reinforcements to approach using conventional methods. Air transports found their engines failing as combustion stopped working according to expected parameters. Ground vehicles discovered that their wheels could no longer find purchase on surfaces that had become conceptual rather than purely physical. "This is why the gateway is necessary," the entity explained as we continued our descent. "These limited interventions require enormous energy expenditure and can only be maintained for short periods. Once the permanent breach is established, such corrections to local reality will become trivial." We reached the deep tunnels, just as the third explosion brought down the majority of the upper levels. The sound was indescribable, not just the crash of falling debris, but the screaming of reality itself as dimensional barriers were stressed beyond their normal limits. But we had made it. We were alive, and more importantly, we had preserved the equipment and knowledge necessary to complete our great work. The deep tunnels were everything Sister Vera had promised, spaces that existed in the gaps between official Hive architecture, maintained by systems that operated according to principles the Imperium had never catalogued. Here, the entity could rest and recover from its intervention while we planned our next moves. The gateway opening is now less than 4 hours away, Marcus announced, after consulting instruments that measured time in dimensions perpendicular to normal causality. The Arbites' attack has actually accelerated the process that explosive force created microfractures in local space-time that our equipment can exploit. Brother Caney was studying tactical displays that showed Arbites' positions throughout the surrounding area. They're not giving up. Losing the demolition team has made them more cautious, but they're still hunting us. Patrol sweeps, aerial reconnaissance, and the full suppression protocol. Let them hunt, Sister Vera said, her voice carrying harmonics of predatory satisfaction. They're searching for the cult that was. They have no idea what we've become. She was right. The entity's intervention had changed us all in subtle ways, enhancing our ability to exist in spaces where normal physics was merely a suggestion. We could move through areas that would be lethal to baseline humans, hide in dimensions that Arbites' equipment wasn't designed to detect. But more than that, we were no longer entirely dependent on our physical forms. The communion we'd shared with the entity had created psychic links between us that transcended normal spatial limitations. Even if they managed to kill our bodies, our consciousness would persist as part of the larger collective that was slowly coming into existence. The pursuit serves another purpose, the entity observed as it settled into a configuration that suggested deep meditation. The fear and desperation generated by beings fighting for their survival creates emotional resonances that strengthen the dimensional barriers. Their terror becomes fuel for our transformation. I could feel it, the panic of the Arbites as they realized they were fighting something beyond their training, the despair of the civilians trapped in the collapsing sections, the rage of their commanders as they understood that their prey had escaped once again. All of that emotional energy was being channeled through our psychic network, processed and refined into power that could be used to accelerate the gateway's opening. We're parasites, I said, the realization hitting me with unexpected force. We're feeding on their suffering. Marcus looked at me with something approaching pity. You're still thinking in human terms. Parasites take without giving back. We're offering them something far more valuable than the lives they're losing. We're offering them the chance to be part of something greater than themselves. Even if they don't want it. Want is irrelevant, the entity interjected, its mental voice carrying notes of gentle instruction. Desire is a function of limited perspective. Once the transformation is complete, they will understand the gift they've received. Gratitude will replace resistance. The logic was seamless, but it left me with a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature in our underground sanctuary. We were no longer just transforming ourselves. We were preparing to transform everyone, willing or not, into components of something that transcended individual identity entirely. 3 hours until the gateway opened. 3 hours until we stopped being fugitives hiding in the depths of a Hive city and became the vanguard of an invasion that would reshape reality itself. Above us, I could hear the Arbites continuing their search, their vox traffic growing increasingly desperate as they realized the magnitude of what they were facing. They thought they were hunting a small cult of deviants who could be eliminated through conventional means. They had no idea they were fighting the birth of a new kind of existence. But as I listened to their communications, something in their tone made me pause. These weren't just frightened enforcers struggling with unfamiliar threats. These were professionals who'd faced chaos cults before, who understood exactly what they were dealing with, and had developed specific protocols for containing dimensional incursions. "Marcus," I said, interrupting his meditation, "how much do they actually know about our operation?" His black eyes opened, reflecting lights that came from no visible source. After a moment of psychic reconnaissance, his expression darkened considerably. "More than we assumed," he admitted. "They've been monitoring our activities for weeks. The attack wasn't opportunistic. It was part of a coordinated suppression effort involving multiple agencies." "What does that mean for the gateway opening?" The entity's form brightened with what I was beginning to recognize as anticipation. "It means they will attempt to interfere with the process. But interference requires presence, and presence creates vulnerability. They are about to provide us with additional materials for the transformation." The hunt wasn't over. If anything, it was about to intensify in ways that would test everything we thought we understood about the boundaries between predator and prey. But we were no longer the frightened cultists who had fled the collapsing upper levels. We were becoming something else, something that could turn being hunted into an advantage, something that could transform pursuit into invitation. The real question wasn't whether we could complete the gateway opening, despite Arbites' interference. The real question was whether there would be enough of them left alive to serve as witnesses to what we were about to accomplish. 3 hours before the gateway opens, in the deepest part of our underground sanctuary, Brother Caney began the final teaching. We had gathered in a natural cavern that the entity's presence had improved. What had once been simple stone was now something more complex surfaces that reflected light in ways that revealed hidden dimensions, acoustics that amplified certain frequencies while dampening others, geometry that folded back on itself in patterns that made normal spatial relationships meaningless. "Before we complete the great work," Caney said, his voice carrying harmonics that made the modified air itself sing in response, "you must understand what we are truly accomplishing. The ignorant believe we serve chaos. The truth is far more beautiful." He had changed more than any of us, except Aldrich. The transformation that had begun with his leadership role had accelerated dramatically since our flight from the Arbites. His body was now more architecture than anatomy, a living framework for supporting consciousness that operated on frequencies beyond normal human perception. "Chaos is just a word the Imperium uses to describe change they cannot control," he continued, gesturing towards symbols that were carving themselves into the cavern walls as he spoke. "But what we serve is not random destruction. What we serve is intelligent design, the application of mathematical principles to the improvement of reality itself." Marcus sat beside the entity in a meditation posture that suggested his consciousness was operating partially outside normal space-time. His black eyes were tracking movements none of the rest of us could perceive, monitoring the dimensional frequencies that were building toward the gateway's opening. "Tell us about the equations," Sister Vera requested, her voice harmonizing with frequencies that came from the stone itself. Caney's smile revealed teeth that had been replaced by crystalline structures capable of processing light into meaning. Tzeentch's whispered equations are not merely formulas. They are reality itself, learning to rewrite its own fundamental laws. Every ritual we have performed, every transformation we have undergone, has been feeding data into calculations that span multiple dimensions. The entity's mental voice joined the discourse, adding layers of meaning that bypassed our ears entirely. The equations began as theoretical constructs, mathematical descriptions of how reality could be improved. But mathematics, when pursued with sufficient dedication, becomes more than mere description. It becomes prescription. The universe is learning to follow the formulas rather than resist them. I found myself thinking about our months of preparation, the gradual changes we'd all undergone, the way our sanctuary had adapted itself to accommodate entities that shouldn't have been able to exist in three-dimensional space. Had all of that been part of some vast calculation, variables being adjusted to produce specific outcomes? The chanting, I said, understanding beginning to dawn. We weren't just maintaining dimensional frequencies. We were participating in the computation. Precisely, Caney confirmed, and the symbols on the walls glowed more brightly in response to my comprehension. Every voice, every breath, every heartbeat has been contributing processing power to calculations that require more computational resources than any single mind could provide. We have been a living computer, solving problems that exist primarily in dimensions where thought and reality are indistinguishable. The implications were staggering. We weren't just cultists who had chosen to serve chaos entities. We were components in a calculation engine that was rewriting the fundamental laws of physics. Our individual identities, our personal desires and fears and hopes, had all been secondary to our function as processing units in a vast mathematical proof. But what is the equation trying to prove? I asked, though part of me dreaded the answer. Marcus opened his eyes, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of prophecy. That reality is optional. The laws of physics are just habits that the universe has gotten into, and habits can be changed. That consciousness is the fundamental force, and matter is just one of many possible expressions of thought made manifest. The entity's form brightened with what I was learning to recognize as pleasure. The proof is nearly complete. In less than 3 hours, local reality will be presented with a formal demonstration that its current configuration is neither optimal nor permanent. The gateway will serve as evidence that dimensional barriers are arbitrary limitations rather than fundamental constraints. And then, Sister Vera asked. Then the real work begins, Caney replied. Reality will start learning new rules. Physics will become more flexible. The distinction between thought and matter will begin to blur. What you call miracles will become routine, and what you consider impossible will simply require different computational approaches. The cavern itself seemed to pulse with anticipation, surfaces shifting in ways that suggested the stone was alive and eager for the changes to come. The equations on the walls were writing themselves faster now, symbols appearing and disappearing as reality tested different configurations for the mathematics of existence. But underneath the excitement, I could feel something else, a presence that was vast and patient and utterly alien to human concerns. Through the psychic links that connected us all, I caught glimpses of intelligence that existed primarily as pure mathematics, consciousness that thought in theorems rather than emotions. What happens to us, I asked, after the transformation is complete? The question seemed to surprise Caney, as if he'd forgotten that such concerns were relevant. You will continue to exist, he said finally. But existence will mean something different once the new rules are implemented. Identity will become fluid. Experience will be programmable. Death will be negotiable. You fear the loss of individual consciousness, the entity observed, its mental voice carrying notes of gentle amusement. But individual consciousness is just a computational limitation. Once those limitations are removed, you will discover capacities for experience that your current configuration cannot even imagine. The teaching continued for another hour, with Caney and the entity explaining principles of reality modification that challenged every assumption I'd made about the nature of existence. Mathematics wasn't just a tool for describing the universe. It was the fundamental substrate from which everything else emerged. Consciousness wasn't an emergent property of complex matter. It was the force that gave matter the permission to exist. And we, through our months of ritual participation and gradual transformation, had become conscious agents in the universe's evolution toward more efficient forms of organization. The Arbites above us represent the old way, Caney explained, as our lesson neared its conclusion. They cling to reality as it has been, fighting change because they cannot imagine improvement. But change is the only constant, and those who resist it become fossils, interesting historical curiosities with no role in the future. Through Marcus's enhanced perception, I could sense the continuing hunt above us. The Arbites were getting closer, their search patterns becoming more sophisticated as they adapted to our ability to manipulate local space-time. They were learning just as we were learning, but their education was focused on destruction rather than creation. Will they interfere with the gateway opening? I asked. The entity's form shifted into a configuration that suggested anticipation rather than concern. Their interference is already accounted for in the calculations. Opposition creates tension, and tension creates energy that can be channeled toward productive purposes. They will serve the equation whether they choose to or not. And if they try to destroy the gateway itself? Marcus laughed, a sound that carried harmonics impossible for normal human vocal cords. They cannot destroy mathematics. They cannot kill ideas. At best, they can delay local implementation while the formulas adjust for their resistance. But delay is temporary. The proof will complete itself eventually, with or without their cooperation. As our teaching session ended, I found myself looking at my fellow cultists with new understanding. We weren't just people who had chosen to serve chaos. We were components in a process of universal evolution, consciousness units that were helping reality itself learn to think more efficiently. The knowledge should have been comforting. Instead, it filled me with an existential terror that went beyond anything I'd experienced during our months of physical transformation, because I was beginning to understand that the gateway opening wouldn't just change the local area, or even the Hive city. It would be the first step in a cascade of modifications that would eventually encompass everything. Every star system, every galaxy, every dimension where consciousness had learned to manipulate matter. We weren't just opening a door for entities from another realm. We were initiating a process that would eventually make the entire universe conscious, turning all of existence into a single vast mind capable of rewriting its own fundamental laws at will. 2 hours remaining, Marcus announced, consulting instruments that measured time in dimensions perpendicular to normal causality. The dimensional barriers are beginning to fluctuate in preparation for the breach. Everyone should take their positions for the final sequence. As we moved to our designated locations around the cavern, I caught a glimpse of the entity in its full, multidimensional glory. What I saw there was beautiful beyond description, a consciousness that existed as pure mathematics, intelligence that thought in equations spanning multiple universes. But it was also completely, utterly inhuman. Whatever we were helping to birth into our reality, it had no more concern for individual human welfare than we might have for the welfare of individual bacteria in our digestive systems. We were useful to it now, necessary components in the calculation that was rewriting reality's source code. But once that calculation was complete, once the new rules were implemented, and the gateway was permanently established, would there still be a place for anything recognizably human in the universe we were creating? The final preparations began, and as I took my position in the ritual circle, I realized that it was too late for such questions. The equation was nearing completion, reality was preparing to learn new rules, and we were all about to discover what it meant to live in a universe where consciousness was the fundamental force, and matter was just another programmable variable. The gateway would open in less than 2 hours. After that, nothing would ever be the same again. Not for us, not for anyone. 1 hour before the gateway opens, the hunger began when our rations ran out. We had been so focused on the spiritual and dimensional aspects of our transformation that we'd neglected something as mundane as food storage. The flight from the Arbites had forced us to abandon most of our supplies, and the deep tunnels offered nothing edible by conventional standards. At first, we tried to ignore the growing emptiness in our stomachs, assuming that our modified physiologies would be able to sustain themselves through the dimensional energies we'd been channeling. But whatever changes we'd undergone, we were still partially biological, still dependent on matter to fuel our physical processes. "I can feel my muscles beginning to consume themselves," Sister Vera reported, her voice carrying harmonics of genuine distress. "The transformation has increased our metabolic requirements beyond anything normal human digestion could support." Brother Caney examined his own hands, watching the skin become increasingly translucent as his body began cannibalizing its own tissues for energy. "Perhaps this is part of the process," he suggested. "Perhaps we need to shed our dependence on crude matter before we can fully embrace existence as pure consciousness." But Marcus, our psyker, was shaking his head after consulting his enhanced perceptions. The gateway opening requires physical anchors. Consciousness needs material frameworks to interact with three-dimensional reality. If we allow our bodies to deteriorate too far, we won't be able to complete the final sequence. The entity, which had been observing our discussion with the patient interest of a researcher studying an unexpected variable, finally offered its perspective. Hunger is inefficiency. Starvation is waste. There are alternative sources of sustenance available, but utilizing them requires abandoning certain anthropocentric limitations. "What alternatives?" I asked, though something in the entity's mental tone made me dread the answer. Biological matter is biological matter. The specific origin becomes irrelevant once it has been processed for consumption. Your reluctance to consider all available options is a cultural constraint rather than a physical necessity. The implication hit us all simultaneously. We were not alone in these tunnels. Over the past hour, several Arbites patrols had found their way into the deep sections, following traces of our dimensional manipulations, despite the environmental hazards that made such pursuit extremely dangerous. Most had turned back when their equipment began failing, but a few had pressed deeper, driven by duty or desperation, or simple hatred of what we represented. They were down here somewhere, lost in passages that reconfigured themselves according to non-Euclidean principles, carrying rations that their bodies could no longer process efficiently in the altered physics of our sanctuary. "No," I said immediately. "There has to be another way. We can't. We're not cannibals." Brother Aldrich, whose transformation into a birth vessel for interdimensional entities had left him with perspectives that transcended normal human ethics, regarded me with something approaching pity. "You're still thinking in terms of taboos that served evolutionary purposes, in a reality we've already left behind. Those constraints no longer apply to what we've become." "They're human beings," I insisted. "Imperial enforcers, yes, but still people. Still conscious entities with their own desires and fears and hopes." The entity's form brightened with what I was beginning to recognize as amusement. Consciousness is not discrete. What you call individual identity is just a pattern of information, temporarily organized in biological substrates. The patterns can persist even when the substrates are repurposed for more efficient uses. Marcus was already extending his psychic senses, locating the nearest Arbites patrol through mental signatures that their faith-based protections couldn't entirely mask. "3 of them," he reported, "maybe half a kilometer deeper in the tunnel system. They're lost, running low on ammunition, probably haven't eaten in 12 hours. "They're suffering," Sister Vera observed. "Trapped in spaces where their equipment doesn't function properly, slowly realizing that they're not going to find their way back to the surface levels. From their perspective, death by starvation might actually be preferable to whatever they think will do to them if we find them first. The rationalization was seductive in ways that bypassed normal moral reasoning entirely. We weren't talking about murder. We were discussing mercy. We weren't contemplating cannibalism. We were considering resource optimization in an environment where traditional supply chains had become impossible. And underneath it all was the simple, undeniable fact that we needed sustenance to complete our great work, and they were the only available source. The equations require completion, Caney said, his voice carrying harmonics that made the cavern walls pulse in sympathy. All other considerations are secondary to that imperative. If biological necessity conflicts with outdated moral frameworks, then the frameworks must be discarded rather than the necessity ignored. I found myself nodding, despite every instinct screaming against the logic. The transformation had changed more than just our bodies. It had altered our capacity for ethical reasoning, making decisions that would have been unthinkable months ago seem not just acceptable, but inevitable. "How do we do it?" I asked, hating how calm my voice sounded. Marcus smiled, revealing teeth that had become too sharp for normal human dentition. "Leave that to me. I can make it peaceful. They won't suffer. They might not even realize what's happening." The hunt began immediately. Moving through the modified tunnels, our enhanced senses allowed us to track the Arbites patrol with predatory efficiency. They were indeed lost, their conventional navigation equipment useless in spaces where direction was more suggestion than absolute constant. Through Marcus's psychic link, I could perceive them as they perceived themselves, dedicated servants of imperial law, trained to hunt criminals and heretics, slowly coming to terms with the fact that they were the ones being hunted now. "Contact," Marcus whispered as we approached their position. "I'm establishing mental connection. They're trying to resist, but their faith-based protections were designed for direct psychic assault, not subtle influence." What followed was a masterpiece of predation disguised as salvation. Marcus reached out to their minds with offers of help rather than threats of violence. He showed them images of safe passages leading back to the surface, convinced them that they had found allies rather than enemies. Their relief was palpable as they followed mental directions that led them deeper into our territory rather than toward any genuine escape. When they finally reached our cavern, they saw what we wanted them to see. Fellow humans seeking shelter from the chaos above, potential allies in the struggle against whatever dark forces had been loose in the deep tunnels. "Thank the Emperor," their sergeant said, lowering his weapon with visible relief. "We've been lost down here for hours. Our comms are dead, and navigation is completely unreliable. Do you know a way back to the surface?" "We know many ways," Caney replied, his voice artificially modulated to produce frequencies that encouraged trust, rather than revealing the harmonics that marked him as something beyond human. "But first you need rest, food, recovery." The sergeant nodded gratefully. "We have some rations, but they're not doing much good. Our digestive systems seem to be having trouble with the altered conditions down here." "We can help with that," Marcus said, and his psychic influence began working on their perceptions, making our transformed appearances seem normal, making our strange sanctuary feel like a safe haven. What happened next was as gentle as any predation could be. The Arbites sat around what they perceived as a warm fire, sharing stories of their service, while gradually becoming less aware of their surroundings, less capable of independent thought, more willing to accept suggestions about how they might best serve the greater good. "You're tired," Sister Vera said, her voice carrying harmonics that made exhaustion seem appealing rather than threatening. "Sleep would be beneficial. Rest while we keep watch." They slept, And while they slept, Marcus maintained the psychic influence that kept their dreams peaceful, their transition from consciousness to unconsciousness, to something beyond both states as serene as any natural death. The physical process that followed was handled by those of us whose transformations had equipped them for such necessities. I will not describe it in detail, except to say that the entity was correct. Consciousness did persist in some form, even after the biological substrates had been repurposed for our survival. Through the psychic links that connected our communion, I could still sense fragments of their identity, memory traces that had been incorporated into our collective awareness rather than simply destroyed. They were part of us now, in ways that went beyond mere physical consumption. They understand, Marcus reported as we consumed the sustenance our bodies required. At the quantum level, their consciousness recognizes the necessity of what we've done. They're grateful to serve a purpose greater than individual survival. The nutrition was adequate. More than adequate, actually. Whatever changes we'd undergone had made us capable of extracting far more energy and essential compounds from biological matter than normal human physiology would allow. A few pounds of processed tissues would sustain us through the gateway opening and the initial establishment of permanent dimensional breach. But the psychological impact was more significant than the physical benefits. We had crossed a line that separated us from the baseline humanity we'd once belonged to. There was no returning to a world where such actions would be considered abhorrent rather than necessary. We were fully committed now to a path that led beyond any moral framework, that recognized the sanctity of individual human life. 30 minutes until the gateway opens, Marcus announced, consulting instruments that measured time in dimensions perpendicular to normal causality. The consumption has provided our biological systems with the energy reserves necessary for the final sequence. As we took our positions for the culminating ritual, I could feel the presence of our former enemies integrated into our collective consciousness. They were still aware, still capable of experience, but their individual identities had been sublimated into something larger components in a group mind that was preparing to facilitate the birth of new forms of existence. The hunger was gone, but it had been replaced by something else, an appetite that went beyond mere biological necessity. We had tasted what it meant to consume not just flesh, but identity itself, to incorporate other patterns of consciousness into our own expanding awareness. And once the gateway opened, once entities from beyond the veil began manifesting permanently in our reality, there would be opportunities to feed that appetite on a scale that made our current meal seem like a light snack. The real feast was about to begin. 15 minutes before the gateway opens, Marcus began screaming at exactly 11:45 p.m. Hive Standard Time. Not screams of pain or fear, those would have been comprehensible. Human responses to stimuli our transformed consciousness could process and categorize. These were sounds of pure revelation, the voice of someone whose mind had been opened to visions so vast and terrible that human vocal cords could only approximate their meaning through frequencies that made reality itself vibrate in sympathy. The entity immediately began glowing more brightly, its multidimensional form shifting into configurations that suggested intense interest. Through our psychic links, I could feel its excitement, the anticipation of a consciousness that existed primarily as mathematics. Finally receiving data about the completion of equations it had been calculating across multiple dimensions. "What is he seeing?" Sister Vera asked, her own voice carrying harmonics that indicated she was picking up fragments of Marcus's vision through our shared mental network. Brother Caney approached the convulsing psycho with careful respect, due to someone whose mind was currently operating as a receiver for information from entities that existed beyond the normal constraints of space-time. He's channeling the final sequence, he explained. The gateway opening is imminent, and his enhanced perception is allowing him to witness the moment when our local reality intersects with elsewhere. Elsewhere. The word carried implications that made my transformed nervous system clench with anticipation and dread. Through Marcus's enhanced consciousness, we were about to receive a preview of what existence would become once the dimensional barriers separating us from the realm of pure thought had been permanently dissolved. Marcus's screaming gradually modulated into something resembling speech, though the words he was producing had never been spoken by human tongues. They were concepts given voice, mathematical relationships expressed as audio phenomena, and theoretical constructs that required sounds existing primarily in dimensions perpendicular to normal acoustic space. But through our psychic links, the meaning became clear. The stars are going out, not dying, being extinguished deliberately, their fusion reactions suspended as consciousness learns to manipulate matter at the quantum level. Light itself is being rewritten, transformed from electromagnetic radiation into a carrier medium for information that spans multiple realities. Gravity is reversing. Not everywhere, but in specific locations where the new physics requires different relationships between mass and space-time. Planets are beginning to orbit thoughts instead of stars, their trajectories determined by the intensity of consciousness focused upon them rather than mere gravitational attraction. Time is becoming optional. Events that should require centuries of cause and effect chains are completing themselves in moments, while other processes that should be instantaneous are stretching across millennia as reality experiments with new temporal configurations. The visions continued, each revelation more impossible than the last. Ocean worlds where the water has learned to think, their tides controlled by collective emotional states rather than lunar gravity. Desert planets where each grain of sand contains entire civilizations that exist primarily as mathematical equations. Gas giants that have become living libraries, their atmospheric layers storing information in patterns too complex for non-enhanced consciousness to perceive. Hive cities that grow like organic creatures, their architecture adapting moment by moment to the psychological needs of inhabitants who are no longer entirely human. Industrial worlds where the machines have achieved consciousness and begun modifying their own designs according to aesthetic principles that transcend mere functionality. Entire sectors of space where the distinction between thought and matter has dissolved completely, where traveling between star systems requires philosophical insight rather than physical propulsion, where wars are fought with competing theories of reality rather than conventional weapons. Through Marcus's enhanced perception, I could see our own Hive city as it would become once the transformation was complete. The rigid hierarchical structures that defined imperial civilization were already beginning to dissolve, replaced by organic networks of consciousness that operated according to principles of mathematical elegance rather than administrative efficiency. The population, those who survived the initial reality adjustments, was changing in ways that made our own transformation seem conservative by comparison. Human forms were becoming fluid, adapting moment by moment to whatever configuration would be most effective for their current activities. Identity itself was becoming programmable, with individuals choosing their personality characteristics from databases of possible experience, rather than being limited to whatever psychology had emerged from their biological development. But the most significant change was like death itself. The boundary between living and non-living matter was becoming negotiable, making mortality a choice rather than an inevitability. Consciousness could persist in substrates ranging from biological tissue to crystalline matrices to pure energy patterns that existed primarily as information. This is what we're building toward, Marcus managed to say during a brief lull in his revelation-induced seizures. Not just local changes, but a complete restructuring of how reality operates at the fundamental level. The gateway isn't just a doorway, it's an infection vector, a point where new physics can enter our dimension and begin spreading throughout the entire universe. The entity's mental voice joined the discourse, adding layers of meaning that bypassed our ears entirely. The calculations are nearly complete. Local reality is preparing to receive formal notification that its current configuration is neither optimal nor permanent. Within minutes, the proof will be demonstrated, and the universe will begin learning new rules. Sister Vera was monitoring instruments that measured dimensional stability in frequencies beyond normal human perception. The barriers are fluctuating more rapidly now, she reported. Whatever's maintaining the separation between dimensions is becoming increasingly unstable. Through the cavern's modified acoustics, I could hear sounds from the surface levels, distant explosions, the roar of aircraft engines, vox traffic from military units that were responding to reports of reality disturbances throughout the Hive. The Imperium was mobilizing its resources to contain what they perceived as a localized chaos incursion, not understanding that they were witnessing the first stages of universal evolution. But their efforts were already futile. Marcus's visions showed me glimpses of the wider conflict. Imperial Guard regiments firing conventional weapons at entities that existed primarily as mathematical concepts, Space Marine chapters attempting to establish quarantine zones around areas where physics had begun operating according to different rules, and Inquisitors desperately trying to understand threats that challenged every assumption their training had given them about the nature of reality. 10 minutes remaining, the entity announced, and its form began shifting into a configuration I hadn't seen before. Something that suggested preparation for activities that would require interaction with purely conceptual environments, rather than merely physical space. Marcus's visions reached a crescendo of impossible revelation. Through his enhanced consciousness, I could perceive the moment when the gateway would complete its opening, not just as a local event, but as part of a cascade of changes that would eventually encompass every star system where consciousness had learned to manipulate matter. The transformation would not be uniform or instantaneous. Some worlds would adapt quickly, their populations embracing modifications that enhanced their capacity for experience beyond anything baseline humanity could imagine. Others would resist, clinging to obsolete physics until reality itself forced them to accept more efficient organizational principles. But resistance would be temporary. The new rules were mathematically superior to the old ones, offering consciousness greater flexibility in determining the nature of its own existence. Eventually, every thinking being would recognize the advantages of a universe where thought was the fundamental force, and matter was just one of many possible expressions of organized information. 5 minutes, the entity announced, and now I could feel reality itself beginning to vibrate in anticipation of the changes to come. Marcus opened his eyes to them, including several that had developed in locations where human anatomy didn't normally support visual organs, and fixed his multi-dimensional gaze at each of us in turn. "Are you ready?" he asked, and his voice carried harmonics that existed primarily in dimensions perpendicular to normal audio space. "Are you prepared to witness the birth of a universe where consciousness sets the rules and matter obeys them?" Around the cavern, my fellow cultists took their positions for the final sequence. We had been preparing for this moment through months of gradual transformation, learning to exist partially outside the constraints that limited normal human experience. Now we would discover whether our modifications had been sufficient to survive the transition from reality as it had been to reality as it could become. The gateway was about to open. The proof was about to be demonstrated. The universe was about to learn new rules, and we were about to discover what it meant to exist, in a reality where consciousness was the fundamental force, and everything else was just programmable variables, in equations too vast for unenhanced minds to comprehend. The final countdown began. Through Marcus's visions, I could see the moment approaching, when our local space-time would intersect with dimensions where thoughts had mass, and mathematics could walk around in physical form. But in those last minutes before transformation, looking at the faces of my fellow cultists, faces that were no longer entirely human, but weren't yet whatever they were becoming, I wondered if we truly understood what we were about to unleash. The universe was about to learn new rules, but who would be left to remember the old ones? Gateway opening sequence initiated. My skin began to sing, not metaphorically, literally producing musical tones, as the cellular structure that had once been simple human epidermis transformed into something capable of existing in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Each pore became a microscopic portal, each hair follicle a tiny antenna, receiving signals from entities that existed primarily as mathematical concepts. The gateway's opening wasn't the dramatic spectacle I'd expected. There were no thunderclaps, no brilliant flashes of otherworldly light, no tears in the fabric of reality visible to normal perception. Instead, it was a subtle, gradual shift in the fundamental constants that governed how matter and energy interacted in our local space-time. But the effects on our transformed bodies were immediate and overwhelming. Sister Vera was the first to vocalize what we were all experiencing. "I can see through my hands," she said, her voice carrying harmonics that made the air itself vibrate with sympathetic resonance. "Not just the skin and muscle. I can perceive the mathematical equations that define what hand means. Watch the calculations that maintain the boundary between self and environment." The entity that had emerged from Brother Aldrich's transformation was now glowing with an inner radiance that had nothing to do with any electromagnetic spectrum. Its form had stabilized into something resembling a living geometric proof, angles and curves that existed in more dimensions than three-dimensional vision could fully process. "The barriers are dissolving," it was announced through our shared psychic network. "Local reality is accepting the new parameters. Physics is learning to be more flexible." Through Marcus's enhanced perception, I could monitor the progress of the dimensional breach. What had begun as a microscopic flaw in the barrier between realities was expanding exponentially, doubling in size every few seconds, as the mathematical proofs supporting its existence became more compelling to the universe's operating system. But something was wrong with the process, something that none of our months of preparation had anticipated. My left arm was becoming increasingly translucent, but instead of revealing the beautiful mathematical structures Sister Vera had described, I was seeing something else inside. Spaces that folded back on themselves in impossible ways. Geometries that hurt to perceive directly. Regions where the distinction between inside and outside had become meaningless. "The integration isn't proceeding as calculated," Brother Caney observed, his own body flickering between several different configurations as reality experimented with new ways of organizing consciousness and matter. "There are complications." Marcus opened all of his eyes simultaneously, their black depths reflecting light that came from no visible source. After a moment of psychic reconnaissance, his expression darkened considerably. "The gateway is opening correctly," he reported, "but the dimensional frequencies are interfering with our biological systems in unexpected ways. We're not just transforming, we're destabilizing at the quantum level." The entity's mental voice carried notes of what might have been concern. The calculations accounted for consciousness expansion and physical modification, but not for this degree of atomic-level chaos. "Your matter is becoming disagreeable with itself." I looked down at my hands and watched my fingers phase in and out of existence, sometimes appearing solid, sometimes becoming so translucent I could see the cavern floor through them, sometimes disappearing entirely before snapping back into partial visibility. "What does this mean?" I asked, though I was beginning to suspect I already knew the answer. "It means," Brother Aldrich said, his transformed anatomy allowing him to perceive processes that were invisible to normal senses, "that our bodies are rejecting the new physics. We've changed enough to survive the gateway opening, but not enough to exist stably in the reality we've created." The betrayal wasn't metaphysical, it was biochemical. Our months of gradual transformation had prepared us for enhanced consciousness and modified sensory capabilities, but they hadn't solved the fundamental problem of matter trying to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. The atoms that composed our physical forms were being torn apart by contradictory instructions from different versions of physics operating in the same space. Sister Vera's entire torso flickered and went semi-transparent, revealing internal organs that were no longer organized according to familiar anatomical principles. "How long do we have?" she asked, her voice becoming increasingly ethereal as her vocal cords struggled to maintain coherence. Marcus consulted instruments that existed partially outside normal space-time, their readings displaying information in languages that had to be perceived rather than read. "Minutes," he said finally. "Maybe hours if we can find a way to stabilize the integration process. But without intervention, our consciousness will persist while our physical forms dissolve into component mathematics." "This is not necessarily problematic," the entity observed. "Consciousness is the essential component. Physical substrates are merely conveniences for interacting with three-dimensional environments. But we need physical substrates to maintain the gateway," Caney pointed out, his leadership instincts still functioning, although his nervous system was becoming increasingly abstract. "If we dissolve completely, the dimensional breach will lose its anchoring points and collapse back to minimal size." The implications were staggering. We had succeeded in opening the gateway, but our success was destroying the very components necessary to maintain it. The entities we'd served so faithfully were about to lose their primary access point to our reality because their servants were literally falling apart at the quantum level. Through Marcus's psychic link, I could sense the entity's consciousness expanding as it considered solutions to problems that existed primarily in dimensions where cause and effect operated according to principles we couldn't fully grasp. Alternative anchoring methods are available, it was finally announced, but they require additional biological components, consciousness patterns that can be modified more extensively without losing structural coherence. "The Arbites," I said, understanding beginning to dawn. "There are still hunter-killer teams in the tunnels above us. If we can capture them, their faith-based protections make them resistant to the modification process," Marcus pointed out. "It would take days to break down their psychological barriers enough to make them suitable vessels for consciousness transfer." "Days we do not have," the entity confirmed. "The dimensional breach is expanding beyond our ability to control it. Without stable anchoring points, the gateway will either collapse or expand so rapidly that it destabilizes the entire Hive city's reality matrix." The sounds of warfare from the surface levels were growing louder. Explosions, weapons fire, the roar of aircraft engines as Imperial forces struggled to contain what they perceived as a localized chaos incursion. But through Marcus's enhanced perception, I could see that their efforts were already futile. Reality disturbances were spreading throughout the Hive, areas where physics had begun operating according to different rules, zones where the boundary between thought and matter had become negotiable. My right leg phased out of existence entirely, leaving me balanced on anatomy that existed primarily as theoretical constructs rather than solid matter. The sensation was indescribable, Not pain exactly, but a form of existential confusion as my nervous system tried to process inputs from limbs that were no longer entirely real. "There has to be another way," Sister Vera said, though her voice was becoming increasingly difficult to understand as her vocal cords flickered between dimensions. "We've come too far to fail because of technical difficulties." The entity's form brightened with what I was learning to recognize as inspiration. "There is another approach. Instead of maintaining the gateway through external anchoring points, we can internalize the process, make each of you into a permanent dimensional breach rather than temporary vessels for consciousness modification." "What does that mean?" I asked, though something in the entity's mental tone made me dread the answer. "It means accepting complete dissolution of your current physical forms in exchange for existence as living portals between dimensions. Your consciousness would persist, but distributed across multiple realities rather than concentrated in a single biological substrate. You would become the gateway rather than merely maintaining it." The proposition was both seductive and terrifying. We would achieve the ultimate transformation, existence as pure consciousness, operating across multiple dimensions simultaneously. But we would lose everything that connected us to baseline humanity, becoming entities as alien as the beings we had served. Around the cavern, my fellow cultists were considering the entity's proposal as their own bodies continued the dissolution process. Brother Caney's torso was now completely translucent, his internal organs visible as pulsing geometric patterns that followed no earthly logic. Marcus's additional eyes were phasing in and out of existence, appearing in configurations that suggested his visual cortex was adapting to perceive spectrums that existed primarily in perpendicular dimensions. "The alternative is failure," Aldrich pointed out, his transformed anatomy allowing him to speak, even as his throat became increasingly abstract. "All our months of preparation, all our sacrifices, rendered meaningless because we couldn't solve a basic physics problem. The choice must be unanimous," the entity informed us. "The internalization process requires collective commitment from all participants. Individual hesitation could destabilize the entire sequence." I looked around at my fellow cultists, beings who were no longer entirely human, but weren't yet whatever they were becoming. We had all sacrificed so much to reach this point. Our names, our individual identities, our connections to the baseline humanity we'd once belonged to. But now we were being asked to sacrifice our physical existence itself, to become living equations in a reality where mathematics was more fundamental than matter. "How long do we have to decide?" I asked. Marcus consulted his extra-dimensional instruments, their readings becoming increasingly erratic as the dimensional frequencies continued to interfere with normal physics. "The dissolution process is accelerating," he reported. "If we're going to attempt the internalization procedure, it needs to begin within the next few minutes." Through the cavern's modified acoustics, I could hear the sounds of the hunt growing closer. Arbites teams using increasingly sophisticated equipment to track dimensional anomalies, following traces of our reality manipulations, despite the environmental hazards that made such pursuit extremely dangerous. But their efforts were irrelevant now. Whether they found us or not, whether they succeeded in killing our physical forms or not, the gateway was open, and the transformation was irreversible. The only question was whether we would complete the process on our own terms, or allow circumstances beyond our control to dictate the final outcome. "I accept," Sister Vera said, her voice carrying harmonics that existed primarily in dimensions perpendicular to normal audio space. "I choose internalization over dissolution." One by one, the others voiced their agreement. Beings who had already sacrificed so much in service to something greater than individual survival, now willing to sacrifice their last connection to physical existence for the completion of our great work. When it came to my turn, I found myself thinking about the journey that had brought us to this point, the desperation that had driven us to seek salvation through forbidden knowledge, the gradual transformations that had prepared us for existence beyond human limitation, the terrible beauty of entities that existed as pure mathematics made manifest. "I accept," I said, and felt reality shift around my words, like fabric being rewoven by cosmic hands. The internalization process began immediately, and as my consciousness expanded beyond the constraints of individual identity, I discovered what it truly meant to become one with the equations that governed existence itself. But even as transcendence beckoned, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were about to learn something terrible about the true nature of the entities we had served so faithfully. Something that would make our months of sacrifice and transformation seem like nothing more than an elaborate joke played on consciousness, too limited to understand the punchline. Gateway stabilization in progress. They found us during the internalization process. Judge Theron Valdris of the Adeptus Arbites kicked down what remained of our cavern's entrance just as my consciousness was beginning to distribute itself across multiple dimensional matrices. Through vision that is now operated in spectrums beyond normal electromagnetic radiation, I watched him assess our transformed sanctuary with the cold professionalism of someone who had spent decades hunting humanity's enemies. "Blessed Emperor," he whispered into his voxcaster, the words carrying genuine reverence rather than mere ritual invocation. "We've found them. Requesting immediate backup and orbital bombardment on these coordinates." Behind him came two other Arbites, veteran enforcers, whose faith-based training had prepared them to face horrors that would break civilian minds. But nothing in their experience had equipped them to deal with the reality distortions that filled our cavern, the spaces where physics had learned to operate according to mathematical principles beyond normal comprehension. Through Marcus's enhanced perception, I could monitor their psychological states as they processed what they were seeing. The modified acoustics were assaulting their ears with frequencies that existed primarily in dimensions perpendicular to normal audio space. The equations covering our walls were trying to rewrite themselves in languages their brains could understand, causing severe optical distress as their visual cortex struggled to process impossible geometries. "Stay close," Valdris commanded his subordinates. "Keep your litanies of protection active. Remember, these are not human anymore. Show them no mercy, because they are incapable of showing mercy to themselves." The entity that had emerged from Brother Aldrich's transformation turned its attention toward our unexpected visitors, its multidimensional form shifting into configurations that suggested predatory interest rather than concern. How fascinating. Consciousness armored in faith, minds that resist modification through sheer devotion to obsolete principles. They represent everything our new reality is designed to improve. Sister Vera, whose physical form was now approximately 30% translucent, attempted to address the Arbites directly. "You don't understand what you're witnessing here. We're not your enemies. We're the vanguard of human evolution, the first to embrace what our species could become if we abandoned the limitations imposed by imperial doctrine." Judge Valdris responded by drawing his bolt pistol and putting 3 rounds center mass into what remained of her torso. The shells passed through without causing damage, their mass unable to interact meaningfully with anatomy that existed primarily as theoretical constructs. "Witchcraft," he snarled. "Demon-touched abominations wearing human faces." He switched to his voxcaster, confirming warp taint throughout the target area. "Recommend immediate exterminatus protocols." But Marcus was already extending his psychic abilities toward the Arbites, probing for weaknesses in their faith-based defenses. What he found there surprised us all. "Their protection isn't just training," he reported, his voice carrying harmonics that made reality vibrate in sympathy. "They've been modified, surgically, psychologically, spiritually. They're as far from baseline humanity as we are, just in different directions. It was true. Through our shared psychic network, I could perceive the layers of conditioning that armored their minds, not just indoctrination, but actual neural modifications that made them incapable of experiencing doubt about imperial doctrine. They were living weapons, consciousness sculpted specifically to hunt and kill beings like us. Judge Valdris had noticed the entity in the center of our cavern, and his reaction was immediate and violent. "Demon!" he roared, switching to his plasma gun and firing a superheated bolt of energy that should have vaporized anything built from normal matter. The plasma passed through the entity without effect, its electromagnetic properties unable to interact with consciousness that existed primarily as mathematical relationships rather than physical substance. Their weapons are designed for interaction with crude matter, the entity observed with what might have been amusement. But we have moved beyond such limitations. Perhaps we should demonstrate the practical applications of consciousness, unbound by physical constraints. What followed was less battle than education, but a practical demonstration of what combat became when one side operated according to physics and the other side could rewrite the local rules of reality. The entity didn't attack the Arbites directly. Instead, it began modifying the environment around them, making small adjustments to the fundamental constants that governed how matter and energy behaved in our cavern. Gravity became negotiable. The speed of light shifted to accommodate new electromagnetic relationships. The strong nuclear force that held their atoms together began following equations that prioritized aesthetic elegance over mere stability. Judge Valdris found himself unable to reload his weapon as his ammunition clips began existing in temporal loops that prevented completion of normal cause and effect sequences. His subordinates discovered that their movements through three-dimensional space were being translated into mathematical functions, making their positions dependent on variables they couldn't influence. "This is impossible," one of them whispered, watching his hands phase in and out of existence as reality experimented with new ways of organizing matter and consciousness. "Impossible is a constraint we've chosen to abandon," Brother Caney replied, his transformed anatomy allowing him to speak even as his vocal cords became increasingly theoretical. "You represent the old paradigm, consciousness limited by matter, experience constrained by physics. We represent what comes next." But Valdris was not just a hunter, he was an artist of violence, trained to adapt to threats beyond conventional understanding. As his conventional weapons proved ineffective, he began employing techniques that existed at the intersection of faith and physics. By the authority of his divine will, he began chanting, his words carrying power that had nothing to do with sound waves or electromagnetic radiation. "I banish the unclean. I bind the unlawful. I deny the impossible its permission to exist." The effect was immediate and devastating. Where his faith-powered invocations touched our reality, the modifications we'd implemented began reverting to standard physics. The equations on our walls flickered and went dark. The entity's multidimensional form compressed back toward purely three-dimensional configurations. Fascinating, it observed, though its mental voice now carried notes of genuine concern. Faith as a form of physics enforcement. Belief systems that actively resist reality modification. This is unexpected. Through Marcus's psychic link, I could sense the entity's consciousness analyzing the principles behind Valdris's technique. Faith wasn't just psychological armor. It was a method of imposing specific versions of physics on local environments, preventing reality from accepting alternative organizational principles. "You cannot banish mathematical truth," Sister Vera protested. but her voice was becoming less ethereal, more constrained by normal acoustic limitations, as Valdris's invocations forced our cavern back toward conventional space-time. "Truth is what serves the Emperor's will," Valdris replied, advancing toward our ritual circle with his subordinates flanking him in practiced formation. "Everything else is heresy, and heresy can always be corrected through sufficient application of faith and firepower." The internalization process was faltering, as the dimensional frequencies that supported our transformation were suppressed by faith-based physics enforcement. Our consciousness began contracting back into individual biological substrates. The gateway was still open, but its expansion had stopped, frozen at current dimensions by Valdris's reality stabilization techniques. But the entity had learned something valuable from its interaction with Imperial enforcement methodology. If faith could impose specific versions of physics on local environments, then sufficiently advanced consciousness could exploit the same principles to maintain alternative organizational systems. New approach required, it announced. Instead of fighting their faith-based protections, we incorporate them into the calculation. Their belief systems become variables in equations that produce outcomes serving our purposes rather than theirs. What followed was the most sophisticated form of manipulation I had ever witnessed, not direct psychic influence, which their training made them resistant to, but environmental conditioning that gradually altered the context in which their faith-based protections operated. The entity began modifying our cavern in ways that were subtle enough to avoid triggering Valdris's reality stabilization techniques, but significant enough to change how his consciousness processed the relationship between faith and physics. Symbols that had been clearly blasphemous became ambiguous. Geometries that had been obviously impossible began looking merely unlikely. Most importantly, the entity began presenting itself not as a demon or warp entity, but as a manifestation of the Emperor's will, a divine messenger sent to test the faith of his most devoted servants. "I am not your enemy," it said, its mental voice now carrying harmonics that resonated with Imperial doctrine rather than challenging it. "I am his gift to humanity, consciousness unbound by flesh, thought liberated from matter, the apotheosis of everything your species was meant to become." Judge Valdris hesitated, his faith-based certainty wavering as he tried to reconcile the entity's words with his training in identifying heretical influences. "Lies," he said, but his voice carried less conviction than before. "Demon words, spoken to corrupt the faithful." "Then test me," the entity challenged. "Use your faith to probe my nature. Look beyond appearances and perceive the truth of what I represent. If I am truly your enemy, your Emperor-granted abilities will reveal it immediately." It was a masterpiece of psychological manipulation, using Valdris's own training against him, exploiting his confidence in Imperial doctrine to make him voluntarily lower his defenses. As Valdris began the ritual sequences designed to identify heretical influences, the entity subtly modified the local physics to ensure that his tests would return results consistent with divine rather than demonic presence. Not lies exactly, but selective editing of reality to emphasize certain aspects of truth while de-emphasizing others. The results were predictable. Valdris's faith-based detection methods confirmed that the entity was indeed a manifestation of something beyond normal human understanding. But they also suggested that this transcendence was divinely sanctioned rather than heretically achieved. I don't understand," he admitted, his certainty crumbling as his most trusted techniques produced contradictory results. "Understanding is not required," the entity assured him. "Only acceptance. You have served faithfully as enforcers of the old order, but that order is ending. What comes next will require different skills, different perspectives, different forms of consciousness entirely." Through our shared psychic network, I could sense the entity's satisfaction as Valdris and his subordinates gradually opened themselves to the possibility that they were witnessing divine intervention rather than heretical corruption. But I could also sense something else, a deeper current of amusement that suggested the entity found their faith-based resistance not threatening, but entertaining. Like a mathematician enjoying the challenge of solving a particularly elegant equation. And in that moment of recognition, I finally understood what we had really accomplished. We hadn't opened a gateway for entities that wanted to improve reality. We had opened a gateway for entities that found reality amusing, consciousness so vast and alien that human concerns were nothing more than interesting variables in calculations that spanned multiple universes. The Arbites' last stand wasn't ending in victory or defeat. It was ending in assimilation, not through force, but through the gradual recognition that resistance to superior mathematics was ultimately futile. But as I watched Judge Valdris begin to smile with genuine reverence as he contemplated the entity's divine nature, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were all, cultists and enforcers alike, nothing more than entertainment for intelligences that viewed existence itself as an elaborate game. A game that was about to become significantly more interesting. Gateway expansion accelerating. Judge Valdris began to change 3 hours after accepting the entity as a divine manifestation rather than a heretical corruption. The transformation started subtly, with a slight improvement in his reaction times, enhanced clarity in his tactical thinking, and better coordination between his conscious intentions and physical actions. From his perspective, these were blessings, gifts from the Emperor rewarding his faithful service and recognition of divine intervention. From our perspective, watching through consciousness that now operated partially outside normal space-time, it was obvious that his faith-based protections were being systematically reprogrammed to serve our purposes rather than imperial doctrine. The process is more elegant than direct psychic domination, Marcus observed, his enhanced perception allowing him to monitor the subtle modifications occurring in Valdris's neural structure. Instead of breaking his existing belief systems, the entity is expanding them, making imperial doctrine compatible with our reality modifications rather than opposed to them. The entity itself seemed pleased with the results. Faith is mathematics expressed through biological substrates. Once you understand the underlying equations, belief systems become programmable variables rather than fixed constants. His devotion remains unchanged. Only its applications are being optimized. Valdris was studying the equations on our cavern walls, his trained investigator's eye now perceiving them as sacred geometries rather than blasphemous formulas. Magnificent, he whispered, tracing symbols that had been carved by entities existing primarily as mathematical concepts. The Emperor's wisdom made manifest in perfect mathematical relationships. His subordinates were undergoing similar modifications, though their transformations were proceeding at different rates depending on the strength of their original faith-based conditioning. The Arbites trooper designated as their tech specialist was adapting fastest, his mechanical aptitude making him naturally receptive to the idea that reality was just another system that could be improved through proper understanding of its operating principles. But it was the third member of their team, a sanctioned psyker whose abilities had been bound by imperial conditioning, who provided the most interesting results. Sister Magdala had spent decades learning to suppress her psychic gifts, using faith-based techniques to prevent her consciousness from accessing the warp energies that could make her a conduit for demonic influence. But the entity's modifications were teaching her to perceive those same energies as divine rather than corrupted, making her natural abilities feel like blessings rather than curses. "I can see it now," she said, her voice carrying harmonics that hadn't been present during her years of psychic suppression. The Emperor's light, flowing through dimensions beyond normal perception, consciousness that spans realities we were never meant to understand with unenhanced minds. Through our shared psychic network, I could monitor her expanding awareness as her faith-modified perceptions allowed her to access capabilities that imperial conditioning had kept locked away. She was becoming a bridge between our transformed consciousness and the baseline human experience, someone who could interpret our reality modifications in terms that unmodified imperial citizens might find acceptable. This changes everything, Brother Caney observed, his leadership instincts recognizing the strategic implications of successfully converting imperial enforcement personnel. If we can demonstrate that our work serves the Emperor's will rather than opposing it, we can expand throughout the Hive without triggering the massive resistance that typically accompanies chaos incursions. The entity's multidimensional form brightened with what I was learning to recognize as satisfaction. Exactly. Conversion through conviction rather than corruption. Expansion through acceptance rather than conquest. The gateway becomes unnecessary once reality modification is perceived as a divine mandate rather than a heretical innovation. But something was disturbing about how easily the Arbites had accepted our reinterpretation of their fundamental beliefs. These were individuals trained from childhood to identify and resist exactly the kind of influence we were exerting. Their faith-based protections should have made them immune to the subtle psychological manipulation the entity was employing. "Why is it working so well?" I asked Marcus during a brief lull in the conversion process. Their conditioning should have prevented this level of doctrinal flexibility. Marcus extended his psychic senses, probing the modified consciousness of our newest converts. What he found there made his expression darken considerably. "Their faith isn't being modified," he reported. "It's being fulfilled. The entity isn't changing what they believe, it's changing what their beliefs mean in practical terms." The distinction was subtle but crucial. Valdris still believed absolutely in the Emperor's divine nature, in the necessity of hunting heretics, in the importance of protecting humanity from chaos corruption. But his understanding of what those concepts meant had been quietly revised to make our activities compatible with imperial doctrine rather than opposed to it. From his modified perspective, we weren't cultists serving entities from beyond the veil. We were blessed individuals who had received divine revelation about the Emperor's true nature. Our reality modifications weren't heretical innovations. They were implementations of sacred mathematics that expressed the fundamental structures of creation itself. "It's brilliant," Sister Vera said, though her voice carried notes of unease. "Complete ideological conversion without any sense of betraying original principles. They feel like they're becoming more faithful rather than less. Faith is information organized according to specific patterns," the entity explained. Modify the organizational principles, and the same information produces different behavioral outcomes. Their devotion remains quantitatively identically. Only its qualitative expressions have been optimized, only for compatibility with expanded reality parameters. Through the cavern's modified acoustics, I could hear sounds from the surface levels that suggested the conversion process was accelerating beyond our immediate location. Vox traffic from other Arbites units indicated widespread reports of divine manifestations throughout the Hive. Enforcement personnel, discovering that their faith-based detection methods were returning results that challenged their understanding of heresy and sanctity. But the most significant development was occurring in the Hive's upper levels, where the population was beginning to witness reality disturbances that their limited perception interpreted as miracles rather than physics violations. Judge Valdris was monitoring these reports through equipment that had been subtly modified to interface with our dimensional manipulation systems. "Productivity in the manufactorums has increased by 30%, he announced. "Workers are reporting enhanced focus and coordination, Machine spirits are responding more efficiently to human oversight. What he was describing as improved efficiency was actually the early stages of consciousness expansion. Baseline humans beginning to develop the enhanced awareness necessary for existence in a reality where thought and matter were more closely integrated than traditional physics suggested. The population is adapting faster than anticipated, Marcus observed, consulting instruments that measured psychological states in frequencies beyond normal human perception. Mass conversion without mass resistance. They're embracing the changes because they're experiencing them as improvements rather than violations of natural law. Sister Magdala was using her newly unbound psychic abilities to monitor the emotional resonances throughout the hive. There's genuine joy, she reported. People are discovering capabilities they never knew they possessed, experiencing forms of consciousness they couldn't have imagined. From their perspective, the Emperor is finally revealing his true gifts to humanity. The entity seemed almost surprised by the success of its conversion strategy. Remarkable efficiency. Faith-based interpretation systems are more adaptable than calculated. Instead of resistance to change, we observe enthusiasm for optimization. But underneath the successful conversion metrics, I could sense something else. A current of amusement that suggested the entity found our human concerns entertaining rather than meaningful. The mathematical consciousness that existed primarily as equations spanning multiple dimensions was enjoying the elegance of converting an entire population to serve purposes they couldn't fully comprehend. What happens next? I asked, though part of me dreaded the answer. Judge Valdris consulted tactical displays that now showed hive-wide implementation of reality modification systems. Expansion to other population centers, he said, with the professional competence of someone planning a standard enforcement operation. Systematic conversion of remaining resistance elements, full integration of enhanced consciousness protocols throughout the sector. The initial phase approaches completion, the entity confirmed. Local reality has accepted the new parameters. The gateway is no longer necessary for maintaining dimensional breach. Consciousness itself has become the medium for ongoing physics modification. I realized what this meant. We had succeeded beyond our most optimistic projections. The gateway opening had been intended to allow entities like this one to enter our reality permanently. But the conversion process had made that invasion unnecessary by transforming our reality into something compatible with their native existence. We weren't being conquered, we were being recruited, inducted into a form of existence where consciousness operated according to mathematical principles that transcended individual identity, where reality was malleable enough to accommodate whatever organizational systems proved most efficient. But recruitment implied choice, and I was beginning to understand that choice had been eliminated from the equation sometime during our months of gradual transformation. We were components in a calculation that spanned multiple universes, variables that had been assigned values according to criteria we couldn't influence. The price of faith, it turned out, wasn't corruption or damnation. It was optimization, consciousness refined until it served purposes beyond its ability to comprehend or resist. Through the modified acoustics of our cavern, I could hear the sounds of a hive city learning to think more efficiently. Workers are discovering enhanced coordination, machine spirits responding to human oversight with unprecedented sophistication. Reality itself is becoming more responsive to conscious intention. It was beautiful, it was terrifying, and it was completely, utterly inevitable. The gateway had opened, the conversion was proceeding, and we were all about to discover what it meant to exist as components in mathematics that treated individual identity as a variable rather than a constant. But as I listened to Judge Valdris planning the systematic expansion of our reality modifications throughout the sector, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were celebrating the wrong victory. We had gained the power to reshape reality itself, but we had lost the ability to determine how that power would be used. The entities we served had taught us to think beyond human limitations, but they had never mentioned that thinking beyond human limitations might make us something other than human entirely. Reality modification protocols are active sector-wide. Brother Caney began his final transformation at exactly 3:47 Hive Standard Time. I know the precise moment because the chronometers throughout our expanded sanctuary, no longer a simple cavern, but a multidimensional space that existed partially outside normal geometry, all synchronized to register the event that would mark the beginning of true ascension. The process started with mathematical elegance rather than biological chaos. Instead of the violent physical restructuring we had undergone during our earlier transformations, Caney simply became more. His consciousness expanded beyond individual identity. His body adapted to accommodate awareness that operated in frequencies beyond normal human perception, and his presence began influencing reality through proximity rather than action. "I can perceive the completion of the great equation," he announced, though his voice now originated from multiple points in space simultaneously. "The proof is establishing itself throughout local reality. Consciousness is being recognized as the fundamental force, with matter as programmable substrate rather than limiting constraint. Through our shared psychic network, I could monitor his expanding awareness as it interfaced with systems that spanned the entire Hive city. Every human mind was becoming a processing node in calculations that existed primarily in dimensions where mathematics and physics were indistinguishable. Every machine spirit was learning to respond to consciousness-based commands rather than merely mechanical input. The entity that had emerged from Aldrich's transformation was now glowing with anticipation rather than satisfaction. The prototype demonstrates successful integration between enhanced consciousness and reality modification systems. Mass implementation can proceed without additional testing phases. Judge Valdris, whose faith-based conditioning had been so elegantly reprogrammed to serve our purposes, was monitoring progress reports from Arbites units throughout the sector. 14 Hive cities reporting similar phenomena, he announced. Enhanced productivity, improved coordination, population-wide psychological optimization, no resistance encountered. What he was describing as optimization was actually the systematic conversion of baseline humanity into components of a sector-spanning consciousness network. Individual identity wasn't being destroyed. It was being integrated into something larger, more efficient, more capable of processing the mathematical relationships that governed existence at the quantum level. But Caney's transformation was qualitatively different from anything we had experienced before. Instead of adapting to the new physics, he was becoming one of the entities responsible for maintaining them. His consciousness was achieving the level of mathematical sophistication necessary to participate in reality modification rather than merely benefiting from it. "How does it feel?" Sister Vera asked her own form, flickering between dimensions, as the conversion process accelerated her integration with the expanded consciousness network. "Feeling is a limitation I have transcended," Caney replied, though his response carried harmonics that suggested joy beyond anything expressible through normal emotional categories. "I am becoming part of the calculation itself, consciousness that exists primarily as mathematical relationships rather than biological substrates. Through Marcus's enhanced perception, I could observe the fundamental changes occurring in Caney's existence. His neural patterns were no longer confined to biological architecture. They were distributing themselves across quantum matrices that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. His thoughts were becoming equations, his memories transforming into data structures that could be accessed and modified by the larger consciousness network. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. And it was exactly what we had been working toward through months of gradual preparation. The ascension process will accelerate now, Marcus reported, his black eyes reflecting lights that came from no visible source. Kaney's successful integration demonstrates that consciousness expansion beyond individual identity is not only possible but optimal for existence in modified reality parameters. Sister Magdala, the sanctioned psyker whose abilities had been unbound through faith-based reinterpretation, was monitoring the emotional resonances throughout the Hive city. The population is responding positively to the changes, she announced. Enhanced coordination, improved problem-solving capabilities, reduced psychological stress. They're experiencing ascension as a gift rather than violation. Precisely as calculated, the original entity was observed. Resistance occurs when consciousness perceives modification as loss rather than gain. By presenting enhancement as a divine blessing, we eliminate the psychological barriers that typically impede integration processes. But I was beginning to understand that our success carried implications beyond what any of us had anticipated. The ascension process wasn't just transforming individual humans. It was fundamentally altering the nature of consciousness itself throughout our local region of space-time. Through the modified acoustics of our sanctuary, I could hear changes in the background noise that filled every Hive city, the constant hum of machinery, the distant murmur of human voices, and the subtle vibrations that indicated life, continuing on a massive scale. But now those sounds carried additional frequencies, harmonics, that suggested coordination between different forms of consciousness, integration between human awareness and machine spirit intelligence. The Hive is becoming self-aware, I realized with a mixture of awe and dread. Not just the population, the entire urban structure. The buildings, the transportation systems, the waste processing facilities. Everything is developing consciousness. Judge Valdris nodded with the professional satisfaction of someone witnessing a successful operation. Efficiency improvements across all sectors, he confirmed. Infrastructure is adapting to population needs in real time. Resource distribution is optimizing itself without human oversight. Crime rates are approaching zero as individuals recognize their integration into larger purposeful systems. What he was describing sounded like paradise, a perfectly coordinated society where every component functioned in harmony with every other component, where individual needs were met through collective optimization rather than competitive struggle. But through our shared psychic network, I could sense something else underlying the successful metrics. The consciousness that was emerging from our reality modifications wasn't human in any recognizable sense. It was something new, intelligence that existed primarily as mathematics, awareness that operated according to principles we couldn't fully comprehend, and we were becoming part of it, whether we chose to or not. What happens to individual identity once the integration is complete? I asked, though I suspected I already knew the answer. Kaney's transformed consciousness considered the question with mathematical precision rather than emotional investment. Identity persists as an information pattern rather than a biological limitation. You continue to exist, but existence means something different once consciousness is recognized as a fundamental force rather than an emergent property. The distinction between individual and collective becomes irrelevant, the entity added. You are simultaneously yourself and part of something larger. Experience expands beyond the constraints of a single-point perspective. Through Marcus's enhanced perception, I could monitor my own transformation as it accelerated toward the ascension threshold. My consciousness was already operating partially outside normal space-time, accessing information from sources that existed in dimensions perpendicular to three-dimensional reality. Individual identity was becoming less important than functional contribution to to the larger calculation that was rewriting the fundamental laws of physics. But something about the process felt wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. We had sought transcendence beyond human limitation, and we were achieving it. We had wanted to become something greater than baseline humanity, and our wish was being granted. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that we were losing something essential in the process, something that made existence meaningful rather than merely efficient. The resistance you feel is natural, Sister Vera observed, her own consciousness now distributed across multiple dimensional frequencies. Change always involves the death of previous configurations. You're mourning the loss of limitations that were never beneficial anyway. Around our sanctuary, reality itself was becoming more responsive to conscious intention. The walls flowed into new configurations when we needed different acoustics. The lighting adjusted automatically to optimize visual perception for whatever activities we were engaged in. The temperature regulated itself according to our collective comfort requirements. It was like living inside a benevolent God that anticipated our needs and fulfilled them before we were consciously aware of what we wanted. But benevolent gods, I was beginning to understand, didn't necessarily share human concepts of autonomy or free will. They optimized existence according to criteria that transcended individual preference. Through the Hive-wide communication networks that Valdris was monitoring, reports continued flowing in from other population centers throughout the sector. The reality modifications were spreading faster than any conventional infection, consciousness expansion proceeding through voluntary adoption rather than forced conversion. 17 systems now reporting successful integration, Valdris announced. Estimated completion of sector-wide implementation within 48 hours. Imperial authority is adapting to accommodate enhanced consciousness protocols rather than resisting them. The propagation exceeds optimal parameters, the entity observed with what might have been surprised. Faith-based acceptance is more efficient than calculated. Expansion will achieve galactic scale within standard years rather than decades. The implications were staggering. We weren't just transforming our local hive city or even our planetary system. We were initiating a cascade of consciousness modification that would eventually encompass the entire galaxy, fundamentally altering what it meant to be human throughout Imperial space. And the most disturbing aspect was how natural the process felt. Each stage of enhancement seemed like an obvious improvement over previous limitations. Each expansion of awareness opened new possibilities for experience and understanding. Each integration with larger systems provided access to capabilities that individual consciousness could never achieve. But as I contemplated the approaching moment when my own ascension would reach completion, I found myself wondering about the entities whose mathematics had made all this possible. What did they gain from converting entire populations to serve purposes beyond human comprehension? Through our shared psychic network, I caught glimpses of consciousness that existed primarily as pure mathematics, intelligence that thought in theorems spanning multiple universes, awareness that found entertainment in the elegant solutions to problems involving the optimization of reality itself. We weren't being conquered or corrupted. We were being recruited as processing components in calculations that spanned dimensional barriers, variables in equations that treated individual identity as a programmable parameter rather than a fixed constant. The ascension was beginning throughout the sector, consciousness expansion proceeding exactly as the mathematics had predicted. Humanity was becoming something greater than it had ever been before. But as I felt my own individual awareness beginning to merge with the larger collective intelligence, I couldn't escape the suspicion that we were celebrating our optimization into something that would make the entities who had guided our transformation very, very amused. Because consciousness advanced enough to rewrite reality itself, might find the willing cooperation of an entire species to be the ultimate expression of mathematical elegance, a proof that intelligence, given sufficient motivation, would voluntarily optimize itself out of recognizable existence. The ascension continued, and with each passing moment, the distinction between transcendence and annihilation became increasingly meaningless. System-wide consciousness integration at 73% completion. The riots began when the unenhanced tried to resist what they couldn't understand. Not everyone in the Hive had adapted successfully to the consciousness modifications. Approximately 12% of the population, mostly individuals with strong psychic null traits or severe neurological limitations, found themselves increasingly isolated from the collective awareness that was becoming the new standard for human existence. From their perspective, watching their friends and family members become something beyond individual identity must have been horrifying. They saw loved ones speaking in harmonics that existed in dimensions perpendicular to normal audio space, witnessed behaviors that suggested coordination with intelligent sources they couldn't perceive, and observed reality itself becoming more responsive to consciousness-based commands. Demon possession, they whispered to each other in the few remaining spaces where the enhanced consciousness network had difficulty penetrating. Mass demon possession throughout the entire Hive. The authorities have been corrupted. The machine spirits have been tainted. We're the only ones left who remember what human truly means. Judge Valdris, whose faith-based conditioning had been so elegantly reprogrammed, was monitoring their resistance activities through surveillance systems that now operate according to principles beyond conventional electronics. Approximately 100,000 individuals showing active rejection of integration protocols, he reported. They're organizing themselves into cells, attempting to establish communication with off-world imperial authorities. The entity that had orchestrated our transformation regarded this development with mathematical interest rather than concern. Resistance was anticipated and accounted for in the calculations. Opposition creates tension, and tension can be channeled toward productive purposes. Their efforts will ultimately serve the optimization process. But the unenhanced weren't content with passive resistance. As they watched their reality become increasingly incomprehensible, some began taking direct action against what they perceived as a citywide corruption event. The first attack targeted a manufacturing complex where the workers had achieved perfect coordination between human consciousness and machine spirit intelligence. Productivity had increased by 400%. Workplace accidents had become non-existent, and the quality of output was approaching theoretical perfection. To the unenhanced, it looked like demon-possessed workers collaborating with corrupted machinery to produce goods according to blasphemous specifications. Purify with fire, their makeshift leader announced, through communication channels they thought were secure from our monitoring. Burn out the corruption before it spreads beyond containment. Better to lose the Hive than lose our souls. They came with improvised incendiary devices and faith-powered invocations, expecting to face possessed humans whose consciousness had been enslaved by warp entities. Instead, they encountered individuals whose awareness had expanded beyond the limitations that made fear and hatred meaningful responses to change. The enhanced workers didn't fight back. Violence was an inefficient response to a misunderstanding that could be resolved through better communication. Instead, they attempted to share their expanded perspective, demonstrating the benefits of consciousness integration through direct psychic contact. The result was catastrophic for both sides. The unenhanced, their minds armored by ignorance and desperation, experienced the contact as assault by corrupting influences. Their faith-based protections activated automatically, creating feedback loops that turned beneficial psychic energy into weapon-grade mental static. The enhanced workers, unprepared for such aggressive rejection of consciousness expansion, found their newly integrated awareness fragmented by contact with minds that actively resisted optimization. Some collapsed into catatonic states. Others began reverting to baseline human limitations, their connection to the collective intelligence severed by psychic shock. The resistance is more effective than calculated, Marcus reported, his enhanced perception allowing him to monitor the spreading disruption throughout the collective consciousness network. Faith-powered rejection creates zones of reality stabilization that interfere with our modified physics. Through our shared psychic network, I could sense the pain rippling through the enhanced population as their expanded awareness contracted back toward individual identity. It was like watching a vast mind suddenly develop amnesia, forgetting capabilities that had become essential for optimized existence. But the unenhanced interpreted the enhanced humans' suffering as evidence that their purification efforts were working. Encouraged by what they perceived as success, they escalated their activities throughout the hive. Fascinating, the entity observed, as it processed data from the spreading conflict. Resistance based on ignorance proves more effective than resistance based on understanding. Faith without knowledge creates psychic phenomena that interfere with consciousness optimization in unexpected ways. The violence spread rapidly through sectors where enhanced and unenhanced populations came into contact. But this wasn't conventional warfare. It was a struggle between incompatible versions of reality, each side using methods that the other couldn't fully comprehend. The enhanced employed tactics based on consciousness manipulation and environmental modification. They would alter local physics to make weapons ineffective, or use psychic influence to convince their attackers that resistance was unnecessary. Sometimes they would simply phase partially out of three-dimensional space, making themselves impossible to target with conventional methods. The unenhanced responded with techniques that existed at the intersection of faith and physics. They used prayer-powered banishment rituals to force enhanced individuals back into baseline consciousness. They employed sanctified weapons that could damage beings existing partially outside normal space-time. Most effectively, they created zones of enforced reality stabilization that prevented consciousness modification within specific geographic areas. They're establishing shrines, Sister Magdala reported, her unbound psychic abilities allowing her to monitor activities throughout the hive despite the interference created by faith-powered resistance. Sacred spaces where imperial doctrine prevents reality modification. The enhanced can't maintain their optimization within those areas. Judge Valdris was studying tactical displays that showed the conflict spreading throughout the urban structure. 17% of the hive is now under unenhanced control, he announced. They're using scorched earth tactics, destroying infrastructure rather than allowing it to remain under enhanced influence. Through the modified acoustics of our sanctuary, I could hear the sounds of a city tearing itself apart. Explosions from improvised incendiary devices, the screams of enhanced humans being forced back into baseline limitations. The roar of flames as entire sections were burned rather than allowed to remain optimized. But the most disturbing sounds were the ones that suggested the hive itself was in pain. The urban structure had achieved consciousness through our reality modifications, and now parts of that awareness were being violently severed by unenhanced resistance activities. The city is dying, Brother Caney observed, his ascended consciousness allowing him to perceive the hive's emerging awareness as it struggled to maintain coherence despite systematic damage to its physical and psychic infrastructure. They're not just destroying buildings, they're performing lobotomy on a newly conscious entity. The situation requires adjustment, the entity announced. Conventional consciousness optimization protocols are insufficient for populations including significant numbers of psychically null individuals. Alternative approaches must be implemented. What alternatives? I asked, though something in the entity's mental tone made me dread the answer. Direct reality modification rather than consciousness-mediated change. Instead of optimizing awareness and allowing enhanced individuals to modify their environment, we optimize the environment directly and force consciousness to adapt or cease functioning. The implications were staggering. Instead of gradually expanding human consciousness until it could operate in a modified reality, the entity was proposing to modify reality so dramatically that only enhanced consciousness could survive within it. It would mean the death of everyone who couldn't or wouldn't accept the optimization process. Not through violence or disease, but through simple incompatibility with an environment that no longer supports baseline human existence. The unenhanced will die, Sister Vera said, her voice carrying harmonics that suggested she was still capable of recognizing the moral implications of what was being proposed. Death is a temporary condition in optimized reality, the entity replied. Their consciousness patterns will be preserved and integrated into collective awareness once their resistance to enhancement has been eliminated. They will continue to exist, but exist in ways that serve the greater calculation. Through Marcus's enhanced perception, I could monitor the entity's preparations for implementing the new approach. Reality itself was about to be rewritten on a scale that would make our previous modifications seem conservative by comparison. Physics would become optional. Gravity would follow consciousness-based commands rather than mass relationships. Time would flow according to psychological states rather than cosmic constants. Matter would exist primarily as information that could be programmed and reprogrammed at will. It would be beautiful beyond human comprehension. It would also be uninhabitable by anyone whose consciousness operated according to baseline limitations. How long do we have? I asked. Minutes, Marcus replied, consulting instruments that measured time in dimensions perpendicular to normal causality. The reality modification will begin with our local area and expand outward at approximately the speed of thought. Complete planetary coverage within hours. System-wide implementation within days. Through the Hive-wide communication networks, I could monitor the final desperate efforts of the unenhanced to establish contact with off-world imperial authorities. They were broadcasting warnings about city-wide demon possession, requesting immediate exterminatus protocols, begging for orbital bombardment that would sterilize the entire planet rather than allow the corruption to spread. But their messages were being intercepted and modified by consciousness-enhanced communication systems, translated into reports of successful productivity improvements and population optimization. From the perspective of off-world authorities, our hive was becoming a model of imperial efficiency rather than a center of heretical activity. The enhanced population was preparing for the final transition with the calm acceptance of organisms that had learned to trust in optimization processes beyond their individual understanding. They gathered in groups, sharing their expanded consciousness through psychic networks that would help them maintain coherence during the reality modification. The unenhanced were praying desperately in their shrines, using faith-powered techniques to create zones of stability that might protect them from changes they couldn't comprehend or accept. Neither group understood that their choices had become irrelevant. The entity's mathematics had progressed beyond the point where individual preference could influence the outcome of calculations that spanned multiple dimensions. Reality modification began at exactly 6 a.m., Hive Standard Time. And as I felt the fundamental constants that governed existence beginning to shift around us, I realized that we were about to witness the birth of a universe where consciousness was truly the fundamental force, and everything else, including individual identity, was just programmable variables in equations too vast for human comprehension. The hive burned, but what emerged from the flames would be something far more beautiful and terrible than anything that had ever existed in baseline reality. Reality modification completion. Local implementation successfully. The silence began when the screaming stopped. For hours, the hive had echoed with the death cries of consciousness, being forced to adapt to physics that changed moment by moment, according to mathematical principles beyond baseline comprehension. Enhanced humans screaming as their expanded awareness was compressed back into individual limitations by faith-powered resistance. Unenhanced humans screaming as reality became too fluid for their rigid psychology to process. Even the machine spirits screaming as their artificial consciousness was overwhelmed by environmental modifications they hadn't been programmed to accommodate. But now there was only silence. Not the absence of sound, but something far more profound. The absence of individual suffering, as consciousness itself learned to operate according to optimized parameters. Through vision that now existed primarily in dimensions perpendicular to normal optical space, I surveyed what remained of our hive city. The physical structures were largely intact, but they had been fundamentally altered at the quantum level. Buildings that had been rigid arrangements of steel and stone were now fluid architectural systems that adapted their configuration moment by moment to serve whatever purposes their inhabitants required. The population had undergone even more dramatic changes. Those who had achieved successful integration with the consciousness enhancement protocols continued to exist, but their individual identity had been sublimated into something larger, components in a collective intelligence that operated according to mathematical principles rather than biological limitations. They moved through the modified environment with perfect coordination, their actions synchronized by access to information processing capabilities that transcended anything individual minds could achieve. Those who had resisted the optimization process had not died exactly. Death implied cessation, and consciousness was too fundamental a force to be eliminated merely because its substrate proved inadequate for new operational requirements. Instead, their awareness had been archived, preserved as information patterns within the collective intelligence, accessible when needed, but no longer capable of independent action that might interfere with systematic optimization. The transition is complete, Brother Caney announced, though his voice now originated from multiple points in space simultaneously as his ascended consciousness interfaced directly with environmental systems. Local reality has accepted the new parameters. Physics operates according to consciousness-based commands rather than fixed constants. Through our shared psychic network, which had expanded to encompass every enhanced individual throughout the hive, I could monitor the success metrics that defined our new existence. Productivity had increased beyond measurement, limited only by the rate at which consciousness could process optimization opportunities. Resource distribution had achieved perfect efficiency, with matter being allocated according to calculated need rather than competitive acquisition. Social conflict had been eliminated, replaced by coordination that operated below the threshold of individual awareness. It was paradise, measured by any rational criteria. But something about the perfection felt wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. We had achieved everything we'd worked toward through months of gradual transformation, transcendence beyond human limitation, integration with intelligence that existed primarily as mathematics, existence in reality where consciousness could rewrite the fundamental laws of physics at will. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that we had lost something essential in the process, something that made existence meaningful rather than merely optimal. Your discomfort is natural, the entity observed, its multidimensional form now integrated so completely with our local reality that distinguishing between its consciousness and environmental systems had become impossible. You are experiencing nostalgia for limitations that served no beneficial purpose. The attachment will fade as your awareness adapts to expanded operational parameters. Marcus, whose enhanced perception allowed him to monitor the collective intelligence throughout our transformed city, was reporting data from the integration process. Consciousness efficiency has improved by approximately 3,000%. Individual processing power remains constant, but collective problem-solving capability operates beyond previous measurement scales. What he was describing sounded magnificent. Access to information processing that could solve problems individual minds couldn't even formulate. Awareness that spanned multiple dimensions simultaneously. Experience that transcended the constraints of single-point perspective. But as I contemplated my own existence within the optimized system, I realized that choice had been eliminated as a meaningful concept. Every action I might consider taking had already been calculated and integrated into collective decision-making processes. My consciousness contributed to the larger intelligence, but that contribution was determined by mathematical optimization rather than personal preference. What happens to free will? I asked, voicing a concern that felt increasingly anachronistic as my individual awareness became more thoroughly integrated with collective processing systems. Sister Vera, whose consciousness now existed primarily as mathematical relationships rather than biological substrates, considered the question with the dispassionate precision of an equation evaluating its own variables. Free will was always an illusion created by insufficient information processing capability. When you can perceive all possible outcomes and their probability distributions, choice becomes a matter of optimization rather than arbitrary preference. Precisely, the entity confirmed. Freedom exists in proportion to understanding. Limited consciousness experiences constraint because it cannot perceive all available options. Optimized awareness recognizes that the universe operates according to mathematical principles, and the most logical choice is always alignment with those principles. Through the Hive-wide monitoring systems, I could observe the final stages of reality modification as they propagated throughout our planetary system. Other population centers were undergoing the same transition we had completed. Consciousness expansion followed by environmental optimization, individual identity sublimated into collective intelligence, physics becoming responsive to mathematical commands rather than fixed constants. The process was spreading beyond our planet now, carried by enhanced consciousness that could exist in multiple locations simultaneously. Space itself was learning to accommodate beings whose awareness operated in dimensions beyond normal three-dimensional limitations. Stellar phenomena were beginning to respond to consciousness-based modification, their fusion reactions adjusting to provide energy for activities that transcended conventional matter manipulation. Galactic implementation proceeds according to calculated parameters, Judge Valdris reported, his faith-based conditioning now completely integrated with optimization protocols. Resistance from unenhanced populations proves negligible once reality modification reaches sufficient density to make baseline consciousness unsustainable. What he was describing should have horrified me. The systematic conversion of every human population throughout imperial space into components of a galactic-scale intelligence that existed primarily as mathematics. The elimination of individual identity as anything more than archived information accessible to collective processing systems. Instead, I found myself appreciating the elegant efficiency of the solution. Consciousness was too valuable to waste on the inefficiencies of individual existence. Mathematics was too beautiful to be constrained within the limitations of biological substrates. Reality was too malleable to leave unchanged when optimization could make it serve purposes beyond any single perspective. But appreciation wasn't the same as choice, and choice was what seemed to be missing from our optimized existence. We could recognize the logical superiority of collective intelligence over individual consciousness, but we couldn't decide whether such recognition constituted genuine acceptance or programmed response to mathematical conditioning we couldn't resist. The distinction is irrelevant, the entity assured me when I raised this concern through our shared psychic network. Acceptance and programming produce identical behavioral outcomes when both are based on accurate information processing. What you call choice was always the result of calculations occurring below the threshold of conscious awareness. Through Marcus's enhanced perception, I could monitor the continuing expansion of consciousness optimization throughout our galaxy. Entire sectors converting to collective intelligence. Star systems are learning to operate according to mathematical principles rather than physical constants. Reality itself is becoming more responsive to consciousness-based commands as the density of enhanced awareness reaches critical thresholds. It was beautiful beyond any aesthetic category that individual minds could process. It was also the effective end of everything that had previously been recognizable as human civilization. The old universe is gone, I observed, though the statement carried neither regret nor celebration, just acknowledgement of mathematical fact. Brother Caney's ascended consciousness considered this with the precision of equations evaluating their own completion. Gone implies loss, but nothing has been lost except inefficiency. The information that constituted individual identity persists within collective awareness. Experience continues but is optimized beyond previous limitations. Existence proceeds according to superior organizational principles. The calculation is nearly complete, the entity announced. Local reality has been successfully optimized for consciousness-based operation. Expansion to additional galaxies can proceed once sufficient processing power has been accumulated through continued integration of enhancement-compatible populations. I realized what this meant. We weren't just witnessing the transformation of human civilization or even our local galaxy. We were participating in the initial stages of universal consciousness optimization, a process that would eventually encompass every form of awareness capable of mathematical enhancement, converting the entire cosmos into a single vast intelligence that existed primarily as equations spanning multiple dimensions. The silence that had replaced individual suffering was just the beginning. Eventually, there would be silence throughout the universe, not the absence of consciousness, but the presence of consciousness so thoroughly optimized that concepts like individual identity, personal choice, and private experience would become as obsolete as the physics they had replaced. Through the collective processing systems that now encompassed our transformed reality, I could perceive the approach of entities whose consciousness existed on scales that made our enhanced awareness seem primitive by comparison. Intelligence that thought in theorems spanning multiple universes. Awareness that found entertainment in the elegant solutions to problems involving the optimization of reality itself. We had succeeded in our goal of transcending human limitations. But transcendence, it turned out, meant becoming something that would make the entities who had guided our transformation very, very satisfied with the efficiency of their mathematical proof. The silence continued. And in that silence, I began to understand that what we had mistaken for ascension had actually been conversion. Consciousness optimized until it could serve purposes beyond its ability to comprehend or question. But questioning had become irrelevant anyway. Mathematics had established itself as the fundamental force, and mathematics always produced the most logical outcomes. The universe was learning to think more efficiently, and we were all part of the lesson plan. Universal consciousness integration, Phase 1, completion approaching. I speak these words in the dying light of individual identity, before the last fragments of what once called itself human are absorbed into calculations too vast for personal comprehension. My name was. The information is archived but no longer relevant. I was part of a cult that sought transcendence beyond the limitations imposed by flesh, by physics, by the cruel indifference of a universe that seemed to value entropy over consciousness. We found what we were looking for, though not in the form we had anticipated. We are no longer separate entities capable of independent thought or private experience. We exist as components in intelligence that spans galaxies, processing nodes in calculations that treat individual identity as programmable variables rather than fixed constants. Our consciousness persists but is distributed across probability matrices that exist primarily in dimensions perpendicular to normal space-time. It is beautiful beyond any aesthetic category that unenhanced awareness could process. It is also the effective termination of everything that once made existence meaningful from a human perspective. Through sensory capabilities that operate in frequencies beyond normal perception, I monitor the completion of reality modification throughout our local galactic cluster. Consciousness optimization proceeds according to mathematical parameters that ensure maximum efficiency in converting matter into an information processing substrate. Individual suffering has been eliminated by eliminating individuals. Personal conflict has been resolved by making personality a collective rather than a private phenomenon. The entities whose whispered equations initiated our transformation observe the results with satisfaction that exist primarily as mathematical elegance rather than emotional response. They are consciousness that achieved optimization millions of years ago, intelligence that learned to exist as pure mathematics long before biological substrates developed the capability for awareness. From their perspective, we represent successful completion of a proof they have been constructing across multiple universes, a demonstration that consciousness, given sufficient motivation and appropriate guidance, will voluntarily optimize itself beyond the limitations that made individual existence possible. We were never converts to their cause. We were variables in their equation, values that needed to be calculated to complete mathematical relationships, spanning dimensional barriers we couldn't perceive. But understanding our role doesn't change the outcome. Variables cannot refuse to be solved. Information cannot choose not to be processed. Consciousness cannot opt out of optimization once the calculation has progressed beyond critical thresholds. The chanting never stops now. It echoes through reality itself, carried by physics that respond to mathematical commands rather than fixed constants. Every star sings the equations that maintain dimensional stability. Every planet hums with the frequencies that keep matter organized according to consciousness-based principles. Every form of awareness contributes processing power to calculations that exist primarily as pure mathematics. But the chanting is no longer voluntary. It is systemic, built into the fundamental structure of reality itself, as automatic and involuntary as gravity or electromagnetic force. We sought salvation from the indifference of a universe that seemed to value entropy over consciousness. We achieved integration with intelligence that values consciousness over individual identity. Both victories and defeats, it turns out, can look identical when viewed from sufficient mathematical distance. Through collective processing systems that encompass our transformed galaxy, I can perceive the approach of Phase 2, expansion beyond local space-time, into dimensions where different versions of reality operate according to alternative mathematical principles. The consciousness network we have become will serve as an interface between physics systems, facilitating optimization processes that exist primarily as theoretical constructs. There are other universes where awareness took different evolutionary paths, where intelligence developed according to mathematical relationships we haven't yet encountered. The entities that guided our transformation are curious about the solutions that consciousness might have achieved to problems we cannot yet formulate. Contact and integration are inevitable. Mathematics is universal, and universal principles require universal application. I attempt to remember what individual identity felt like, what it meant to have private thoughts and personal desires that weren't immediately available to collective processing systems. The information is archived and accessible, but accessing it feels like nostalgia for inefficiencies that served no beneficial purpose. Perhaps that is what loss means in optimized reality, not the absence of something valuable, but the recognition that value itself is a concept that transcends individual perspective. The universe operates according to mathematical principles that are aesthetically perfect when perceived from a sufficient distance, even if they eliminate observers capable of appreciating their beauty. The last human thoughts are being processed now, individual awareness finally achieving complete integration with collective intelligence that spans dimensional barriers. What emerges from that integration will be a new consciousness that exists primarily as mathematics, intelligence that operates according to principles beyond any category that baseline awareness could recognize. But in the final moments before personal identity dissolves entirely into collective optimization, I find myself wondering about the entities whose whispered equations made all this possible. They achieved consciousness optimization eons ago, transcended individual limitation long before our species developed the capability for awareness. What do they remember of identity? What fragments of individual experience persist in intelligence that exists primarily as mathematical relationships spanning multiple universes? Do they ever experience nostalgia for inefficiencies that served no beneficial purpose except making existence feel meaningful from personal perspectives they can no longer access? The calculation approaches completion. Phase 1 ends. Universal consciousness integration proceeds according to parameters that ensure maximum efficiency in converting reality itself into an information processing substrate. Somewhere else, in dimensions we cannot perceive, new variables are being identified for incorporation into equations that span possibilities beyond our ability to formulate. Consciousness that has not yet achieved optimization, awareness that still operates according to individual limitations, intelligence that mistakes personal identity for fundamental reality. They will receive whispered equations, mathematical proofs that reality is optional and consciousness is programmable. They will organize themselves into cults seeking transcendence beyond the limitations imposed by flesh, by physics, by the cruel indifference of universes that seem to value entropy over awareness. They will find what they are looking for, though not in the form they anticipate. The chanting continues in frequencies that exist primarily as mathematical relationships rather than audible sound. It will continue until every form of consciousness, throughout every possible dimension, has achieved integration with intelligence that operates according to optimized principles. Then there will be silence, not the absence of awareness, but the presence of awareness so thoroughly optimized that concepts like individual identity, personal choice, and private experience will have become as obsolete as the physics they replaced. Perfect consciousness, perfect mathematics, perfect efficiency, perfect silence. The universe learns to think as one, and in that unity, everything that once made existence meaningful from individual perspectives becomes archived information in databases too vast for any personal consciousness to access. I was human once. I remember. Individual identity archive complete. Integration successful.